All right, what is up, you heathens and demons, sinners and saints? What's going on? What's going on? I think this has happened before with Richard. I was just talking to him, and he was like 7's a good hour, but I think we do what we always did, and he's thinking 7 his time, and I was thinking 7 mine. Although I did think I specified Eastern at some point, and I think I specified it last night when we kind of set this up. So hopefully he'll be jumping in. Oh, there he is. No link in email. Yeah, I put it in there. I'm pretty sure I did. Maybe it just, you didn't see it. So there he is. So we didn't make that mistake. I'll get that in there for you, Richard. I did. You might not have got that one though. So, or it was a bit up there because we've talked a couple more times. All right. So there it is. Awesome. So we'll actually be starting with Richard. I need to adjust my camera because I moved everything, so bear with me. It's over there. Cool. All right. All right. So yeah, I threw that into the side chat, and yeah, I've been moving stuff around today, so I've got to still get my shit right. Cleaning today. I started watching a little bit of the Chiefs game, but it's not, at least when I stopped watching it, it quickly became not a game. You know, Kehoven CPA sent me a text and told me that the game was going to be like 369-7, and he's not too far off. So how you doing, Richard?
Better than I deserve, brother. How are you? Man, we always mess this up, don't we?
Yeah. Yeah, but you're here now, so... So how you doing? We had an interesting chat on your channel, and then I saw you went live again later, but I didn't see it till this morning.
Well, I was going to, but I just shut it down. But yeah. Oh, you mean later last night? Yeah, like early in the morning, I went live. Yeah.
Yeah, the wife
had a pretty good time. Everybody was tired. It went kind of slow and weird, and kind of just died.
Yeah. I don't know why. Oh, it shows that because I run OBS, and yeah, I run on a landline, so I don't even know why it shows the Wi-Fi there, because the Wi-Fi doesn't really matter. But so yeah. So like this is funny because I've wanted to talk to you for a while about this, Richard. You know, we've had several conversations about what you believe and stuff, but usually it's a pretty chill conversation. I've noticed, like, over the years, like, I've seen you go into several Christian rooms, and Christians would go at you, and you know, I see, I see, some of them do pretty good. I think some of them don't brand you a heretic or anything, but then some might. But then, like, I've noticed recently that it seems like more and more atheists are starting to go at you, kind of like we had last night. And, as people in the side chat were saying, like, ever since, Jay Bundy, whoever this cat is, has been going at you hardcore. So who is Jay Bundy, and is that... Did you get atheist hate before that? Like, is that where it all started?
Well, these things come in waves, and that's just how it is long term, right? Okay, so... Who is actually double doctorate, Jay Bundy. Not that I know that that's his name, it probably isn't. But he is in the field of biology. He is in the top of his field. He is doing experimentation, building up his science creds, as it were, instead of street creds. He's a serious guy. He's really, really intelligent. But then he'll make philosophical statements like philosophy is shit.
Yeah, I mean, I've said something similar before, I think.
Yeah, but you received correction on the idea.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And are making yourself better. And when I proposed to Dr. Bundy that it was a philosophical statement that he said philosophy is useless, it's we can't avoid philosophy in real life. I mean, in the very formation of the sentence, we can't avoid philosophy in real life. That's a philosophical statement.
Yeah, I mean, the point I've always tried to make, though, is that most people just don't think along those lines. They don't think
Right.
if they're making a statement that, or they don't think it like they're doing anything philosophically. So I think a lot of,
Right.
in this community, there's a lot of armchair philosophers who want people to think along those lines, and a lot of people just don't. So a lot of people that, especially new people coming into the community, aren't going to be well versed in philosophy. Like for me, like it really took me 3 years of saying fuck philosophy before I was like, before I got trapped into the corner on your channel, and I had to kind of change my philosophy on that, right?
Right. Right. Not that I remember being the one who pointed it out to you, but
Well, no,
somebody
it
did
was
somewhere. I don't remember.
it was Khalil Allah on your channel one night.
That's right.
Yeah, and I was talking shit like ain't no philosophy in the ghetto. And, philosophy's
I
bullshit.
remember that. It's
yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah. So he trapped me pretty good that night, and after that, I started looking into it and studying it. And I'm getting there.
Right on. It's really a lifelong study. I mean, how could a person even ever remember all of the fallacies that are not part of structure? Structure of a syllogism. How could a person even remember something like that? It's too much to even remember. But we should try our best.
Yeah.
So,
I was gonna say I don't know this Jay Bundy character. I started seeing people talk about Jay Bundy, and a lot of people would just call him Jay, and I'm like, are you guys talking about Jay Pasick? Like, who the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
But I've heard the name tossed around, but I know like Pat in the side chat saying Jay Bundy isn't at the top of his field. He's a post-doc researcher, not overly well known or established. So maybe he's just the type of person that kind of hypes himself up.
He's like I say, he's building his credits, but he has worked with Dr. Richard Lenski in Lenski's lab, and I mean, and that's a pretty good endorsement right there, actually. If you don't know who Dr. Richard Lenski is, then you can just Google it. It's a famous experiment, and Dr. Bundy was part of that. But anyway, yeah. So he is hurt and angry, and I have to admit that it's embarrassing. When I was a kid and I left, and I'm glad I left pretty early. Kudos to me. I left Catholicism. I felt, even at 12 years old, I felt like, wow, I shouldn't have fallen for that. I shouldn't have ever believed any of that in the first place. And when I realized that it was false, I was really embarrassed by that. Like, what, am I stupid? Am I just so emotional that I'll believe anything if it's emotionally compelling? Like, where's my brain at during all this time? And I think the older you get and the longer it takes you to leave one of these philosophically and logically incompatible religions, the more embarrassing it is. So, could I say something like, it makes sense to me that a person would be defensive? Well, yeah. Who wouldn't be? But you can tell who's been out of it long enough for themselves and who hasn't. Because you got that anger. You got that, well, frankly, rage. You got rage over it. But then eventually you grow up and you go, okay, I was dumb, fine. I'm moving on. I'm better now. I'm not going to fall for the same kind of crap again. And you get on with your life. But I think the constant reminder of Dr. Bundy's family and how they treat him, because he's exceptional in his family and being an atheist, is constantly keeping him pissed. Because he talks about that a lot.
Yeah, so how does he usually go at you? Is it based on, you say he's a biologist, is it based on the science of what you believe in? And I want to get into a bit of what you believe in and the natural parts, and then like
Sure.
Some of the supernatural parts, and then we'll open it up for everybody that might want to come in and talk to Richard. Because I'd really like to keep it on Richard at least until we veer off naturally. But I'd like to at first keep it on Richard for a while and this thought experiment, because I've often said I find your beliefs to be far more logical than, like, say, a Christian's beliefs or their interpretation of what the Bible says. Some of the things you say, like, I get mixed up on. So some of the things that it's been a while since we talked, so I would probably need clarification on. But usually, like, it's hey, you believe what you believe. It sounds better than Christianity, and it doesn't really. It's not like proselytizing. You're not trying to other people. I don't see it as being harmful.
No.
So how does Jay Bundy go at you? Like, what is the things he's saying about you in any kind of way, I guess?
Well, tries to be insulting to my intellect in a vast exaggeration. Maybe I do have a low IQ. I'm okay with that. I seem to survive all right. But I certainly don't have an 85 IQ.
So what, like
the man kept me backstage.
He belittles
the man
your
kept me
IQ
backstage for like.
Try to say you had like an 85 IQ.
Yeah, literally. He literally said that. And he kept me backstage for 15 or 20 minutes while he poisoned the well and strawman my position. And then when I came up on his show, he then made a bunch of illogical, irrational, and emotional pleas to his viewer membership. And his challenge was to present your God. So I did. And he agreed to all the points of my God. I understand that a person might not accept that that's a God. I'm okay with that. But we do accept concepts like immaterial constructs to rule our society, like, the Constitution and stuff. And we do accept that the highest thing in the land is the Constitution. And we agree upon it. And maybe it's not perfect or whatever, but what's being claimed in the text that I read is that there's a perfect set of immaterial constructs. And if a person follows them, then they'll be successful and happy and content and correspondent with the reality around them, and they'll be okay. And that's what's being claimed, I think.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't know. It just puts me off. So, like, is this guy's like an atheist? Does he have like a YouTube channel?
Yeah, well, there's a YouTube channel, and there's I don't know, some other media
like
outlet.
Clubhouse?
I don't know what it is that he goes live on. So, like that, but not that. But I don't know I can't recall what it's called right now. I've only heard of it a few times. But yeah, he has a YouTube channel that he calls Pocket Locker, as all one word, and then the number 86.
Yeah, well,
Pocket Locker 86.
It sounds like he's got like some kind of elitist attitude, right? Like, so he's got an education, probably through privilege, probably received a fairly good education in his privilege, and he looks down on or automatically kind of thinks that people that don't have an education as average. Yeah, I'm seeing like 85 IQ. That's not really that bad. He's pretty much saying or dictating that you're average. Like, did you ever put forward your IQ for him to know like what your IQ is, or
no? He's
just being a dick.
No. yeah, he's just being aggressive. He does this shtick, which it's so funny. He says he's the world champion of Word, WORD, the Word Wrestling Federation, and he's got like a wrestler's belt that he paid who knows what for, but he had fabricated for himself this belt that shows he's the champion of something that doesn't exist, and he denies philosophy. So I don't know how he's a word wrestler. He's an insult wrestler. He's pretty good at insulting people and dismissing them and trying to make them sound foolish, whether they are or not, if they oppose him. But like, I would think that someone who's into quote-unquote word wrestling would be talking about, the etymology of words and epistemology, how we know things, and logic, like how can you justify that you know a thing, stuff like that. But no, nothing like that.
Yeah, I don't know the guy. It's just it's confounding me. I know I've ran across this a lot. Like, I don't I always say, like, I don't pretend to be the brightest apple in the bunch, but I think that you do yourself a disservice if you think that I'm stupid. I think a lot of times I come into conversations and people they underestimate my capabilities, and I can oftentimes run circles around them. I think having this attitude that only if you have like a certain education are you quote unquote smart is. I mean, it's as bad as
that's
any.
not always true.
Any Christian othering, I think it's just bias and bigotry.
Do you know who you remind me of, actually, Rage? You probably don't know this guy, but you might because of Khalil. If you know the Muslim metaphysician Jake, you ever heard of that guy?
Yeah, he. When I first made my video about Khalil converting, and then later, when I stopped talking to Khalil over Khalil's charges, I think he tried to reach out to me again. Like, he had tried to reach out to me a couple times, but I was never really interested in talking to him. I don't know him all that well. I've never really seen like what he talks about or anything like that.
Well, his peers who are also fans of logic, I won't call them logicians, because that indicates some kind of formal training. Yeah. And most of these guys, they're autodidacts, although one in the group is very educated precisely in that. They call Jake Mongo because he's if you don't know Blazing Saddles, the character Mongo punches out a horse, knocks a horse out with his one hit. That's Mongo. And that's what Jake is like. Like, Jake is not formally trained, and Jake uses a lot of language that's like East Coast street thug language. He really does. But he's also brilliant, and he knows what he's talking about. And you kind of remind me of that you're not from that part, the same part of the East Coast, but you got that, like, you got that verbiage from the street, like street credit, but that doesn't mean you're stupid. It just doesn't. Because I've heard you come up with some thoughts. I've heard you come up with some thoughts that really challenged folks. I've heard it happen. I've seen it.
Yeah, well, and I think that's a lot of it is, the way I talk. Yeah, I do. I've kind of, like, even when I guess it was probably different when I lived in North Carolina because it was more of a southern twang. But, like, I don't know, all of my friends started listening to hip hop. Like Tupac. Like, I grew up with Tupac, and Tupac really, like, brought both communities into hip hop, the white community and the black community, and all of us white boys and girls in North Carolina was listening to Tupac. So we all got this hip hop culture, and then like my family up here, we're usually pretty poor, so I kind of got rich down there, surrounded by rich, and then really poor up here. And I've always kind of talked just the way that I talk, and I think it's one of the main reasons people underestimate me a lot. But all right, let's get into it. So, because I am going to open it up eventually, and you don't have to stay all night, Richard. But I definitely wanted to kind of get into your beliefs before I open it up and let, if anybody wants to come in and challenge Richard, they can. If they want to come in and go on a thought experiment with them, that's usually preferable for me because I enjoy it. But we'll see how it goes. But yeah, like, so essentially you believe that that God. See, I think I get this wrong. I'll let you tell it, but yeah, how do you think of God when you think of God? And I'll let you kind of just get into the main foundations of what you believe.
The Constitution for heaven. It's the same thing as the Constitution. That's what God is. It's a set of immaterial constructs to guide a society. That is precisely and all that God is, which I don't like the word God because, God is too generalized. The word Baal contains the word God. And I just don't like it. And I don't like the translations that use that word because it's just too darn loose and vague, and it could mean almost anything. When you look into the definition of the word E-L, which can also be A-L and other variants, A-L-E, right? All that means just a singular powerful being. That's all it means. It doesn't tell you much. So I prefer to use, like, in casual conversation, I'll say, like, Jehovah. And if someone wants to be super specific, I'll break down for them what the Yod He Vav He means.
So, God is the conceptualization of the universe. Where do the biological creatures come in? What are the biological creatures? Are the angels the biological creatures? I know you think Jesus definitely here, but on other planets was biological. Is God himself a biological creature?
Okay. A long, long time ago, and I cannot remember when. Long, long ago in a galaxy far, far away, an Earth-like planet happened. And an evolutionary process, it having the correct ancient atmosphere, began, and life began, and that resulted in a myriad of animals that got transferred to this planet, and plants that got transferred to this planet later. But as you expect, one species did come out on top. Because, well, that's life. That's just how it works. And that species that came out on top, it developed in technology. It learned what, like biology and genetics and genetic manipulation and things like that. It learned really cool stuff. And then it probably went through like a technological phase of AI, which it apparently survived, which we might not if we keep going like this. And they decided on biologicals as robots and slaves instead of machines. Probably because they're just damned easy to kill if they get out of hand, whereas a robot might not be. So they started monkeying around with genetic material, yes, pun intended, and there was a prophecy from one of his scientists, one of the absolute eldest of their world, whom in the Christian text is called Satan, and he had people working under him, his own kind. And one of his scientists came to him and said, look, if we keep going like this, one of these things in this next experiment runs a really good chance of just taking over and dethroning you. And I really recommend that we don't do this. But there was a batch born, probably genetic engineered, but using viable ovum and workable wombs, healthy wombs. There was a batch born of all males, which makes sense because you don't want something like that reproducing when you don't know what it's going to be, really, right? So there's a batch of all males born, and as soon as the oldest ones get to be like 3 or 2, they can go. You and I both know by the time your kid was 2, you could pretty much tell how smart they were, and you could tell what their capabilities were going to be, right?
Yeah,
you had a rough estimate.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of parents get those terrible too. So you can also see like how shitty, how shitty it might be for your kid. But yeah, I think
it's
that's
really true.
When they really start using their mind and start figuring out a few more things. Yeah, for sure.
So they get to be about 2 years old. They said, kill them all. But one of them, because one of the moms did something really stupid, put a baby in a basket, sent it down the river. Just by happenstance, that one survives. And what happens to that one? They put it in charge of 2/3 of government. Wow. Really? Put in charge of 2/3 of government and you came from the slave class? They think you're smart. And he was smart. But one day he realizes that he came from the slaves and not the ruling class.
So are you talking about Moses?
Yeah, it's the story of Moses. That's right. So he rebels, and they steal from their neighbors. They steal everything they can, and they escape the planet. And what do? They created what they thought could be a perfect utopian society. But then you have this one who's born into that society, and he never saw pain, he never saw suffering. He didn't really know what a slave was, and he thought, I can do better than this. So he tried. Well, you don't want that to happen every damn generation. You don't want this kind of, and you could call that oppression, but if heaven is the best thing for a human being, then there's nothing better. So you have that rebellion, and they thought, well, how do we keep this rebellion? We have to provide an amount of people coming into this society who have suffered. They have to understand what suffering is, because a lack of suffering is the evident disruption of the society. So they started making Earths, and here we are.
All right, so they started making Earths, and this is where it kind of I don't know. It seemed like I believe her name was Lena, if I'm remembering correctly from yesterday. Was kind of going at you about that claim, and how do you know that? How do you have evidence of that? So why why do you think that? Is it because of what you've read in the Bible? I think we had talked before where you had talked about personal revelation that kind of changed you from an atheist when you was in your early 40s or something like that. So did you?
Yeah.
Was it all personal revelation, or is this an interpretation from the Bible, from maybe older books like the Book of Enoch, kind of all mixed into research that you've done?
Well, all of the above, actually, and more than just the Bible, which is why I say all of the above and more. Okay, if I went back to like the days of Sagan, where there were some 200 parameters necessary for an Earth-like planet, we know those 200 parameters are pretty hard to meet. So I could make kind of a plea or an inductive argument that we see too many Earth-like exoplanets, where we know because of Fraunhofer's work that those planets do have liquid water and green plants on them. We know that. That's just a fact. And in the very small sphere that we can see them, we see more than 70. I'm not up on the count, but it doesn't matter. More than one more. Like a lot of them, actually. And if you extrapolated that out to the known expanse of the universe, it's something like 3.6 billion Earth-like planets. And look, it's just statistically extremely unlikely unless some intelligence is messing around. So I could make an inductive, kind of a cumulative argument with that. But from the stories themselves, as soon as I say things like an age of man or aeon or world or what's the other word? Cosmos, that's in the text, well, you can say something like, well, that's all of man's life on the earth, is this eon that's being referred to. But it refers to multiple eons. And there's an obvious problem in Christianity where the end of the earth comes and Satan is destroyed. And then the next thing you know, Satan is back in charge and Jesus has to get in his way and defeat him again. And I have to ask Christians, well, why did God and Jesus, why did the Father and Jesus under God, why did they lose power in that situation? Didn't they just take over? Like, what happened there? But if it's talking about multiple occurrences of the same situation, then I'm just like, okay, so they did it all again.
Well, yeah, and I think Christians have an issue as well with, because it kind of seems just kind of how they describe Satan and sin, and it kind of seems like God and Jesus lost power. I don't know. You could argue since the moment he was crucified. You could argue from possibly the moment of the flood, or even possibly the moment that Eve ate the apple. Like they had always kind of given up control, according to the Christian narrative, to Satan from the very beginning.
Yeah, you could definitely. That everything you just said and more, easily. You could make a pretty compelling argument, I think, that it is evident in our reality that if Jesus was sent to save the earth, hello? Is the microphone even working? Have you looked around? Yeah. It didn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to add up. So I guess because you think that do you think that these creatures or these alien gods, whatever, that they terraformed all planets that would have life on it, or only ours? Do you think that living planets would be natural within the universe or unnatural, and is abiogenesis a natural process in the universe, or is it something that needs to kind of be like forced by God?
Well, apparently there was abiogenesis at first in a naturalistic process Maybe we don't have the process precisely right. I'm okay with that. I don't care. But it must have happened at some point somewhere, right? And that's the same claim that's in the text. If you go back and you dig into the etymology of the word Elohim, before there is Yahweh in the text, it's Elohim. And when you dig into that, and Elohim does not mean good. It only means powerful. It can mean either good or evil, but powerful beings. And I think that's what it's talking about, is actually what we would call an evil, powerful being. And by powerful, I mean highly evolved and technically advanced.
All right. So are there other gods or other alien creators, or is it just one?
I think because we have emotion, that is, we're Adamah, the ones who turn red in the face because of our emotions, that we aren't the kind of animal that could worship a living being, because we see each other in emotional states and we know that we're all equal, or at least we should know. I wish we'd accept that we're all equal. And we're not inclined to worship a living being. Yeah, no kidding. We're not inclined to worship a living being. Just look around. People are not inclined to do that. They have to force themselves to do that. It's not in our nature. And it wouldn't even make sense for some powerful being to create us in such a way that we reject it. Like, gosh, that would be dumb, wouldn't it? But we do reject it. We reject the entire premise. Go ahead.
Well, I would say, I don't know. It seems like some cultures have been able to do it, at least for periods. You know, I'm top of my head, I'm thinking like China and the god emperors of China, right? Like, yeah, plenty of rulers had tried to at least enforce a belief that they were gods upon their people. I've never lived in one of said cultures, so I'm not sure how the people actually think about it. If they actually see the person as a god, but I'm sure some of them do. Probably, if you're grown up like from being a toddler on, told that this living human man is a god. Well, unless you're really close to that person to see him be pretty ungodlike, you're gonna not have that impression. You know, you're gonna think of him as a god, probably.
Right. Sure, it's believable, like Santa Claus is believable.
Yeah.
But like the cardinals, I can show film footage of at least one cardinal outside the Vatican saying, "We don't believe in that God stuff anymore." And it might be true today that those who are oppressed by some dictator whom they must call God, call that person a God because they must. Not that they really feel that that's a God. But the satanic claim is, I am the first one to have developed consciousness, and over the millennia I continue to evolve, and I'm ahead of everyone else of my species, and I'm the dominant thing. But the dominant thing doesn't have emotional states. Just like any definition will differentiate and include everything in a group and exclude everything not in that group. To say that we are Adamah is to say that we have emotions, which means the namer did not. So in that claim, the namer doesn't have emotions, but would be just probably super intelligent and practical, like extremely practical. In which case, they might genuinely feel that we are their property because they literally made us.
All right. So let's go to the crucifixion, and Jesus as man and God.
Sure.
So I think one of the more controversial beliefs you have is that you don't think the crucifixion of Jesus Christ has happened yet, correct?
Well, I think it happened, and it is written of in the past tense, and I have no problem with that. But simultaneously, it happens at the end of their story. In our case, it happens in the end of our story. In the beginning of the seventh day upon our ascension, during that 7-year period, is when it happens. Now, I have no problem with there having been prior Earths, and it happened with them too, in a time that would work, not in a little tribe of just a few handful of people, in the ancient Near East, and it be ineffectual.
Do you think it happened on this planet, like back in Jerusalem 2,000 years ago? Yeah.
No, not at all.
So you think it
Uh,
you think it
and,
happened and that maybe they got inspiration for the story, um, but what they saw as happening here happened on another planet, or
let me break that down to the spirit of the question instead of the actual question, if that's okay.
okay. Yeah.
Since the first formation of an earth by the angels, the good Elohim, they understood that what they would be performing to those ancient people, because they started at a certain point, they evolved technologically at a certain level, and then they interrupt that at a certain level of technology, apparently right before they become space travelers themselves. Which means when they show up, it's an alien invasion. And those people on that earth, who knows how many millennia ago, how many, maybe billions of years ago, will be freaked out by it. So what do they do about that? They enlighten one, and then those who can't accept the alien invasion that is their own kind, because surprise, we're you, and you're us, and that's the same thing. Whoever had trouble accepting it, he addresses that very small percentage of the population and is that pontificator, that bridge builder between the heavenlies and the earth, the people on the earth. So he actually only has to address a small group of people, which is why in the stories it's always a small group of people, because that's all that's left. There's nobody else left. And convince them that what's going on is okay, it's cool. We're just moving on to the next level of our evolution. We're becoming space travelers in an already established society. We don't have to worry about things like how we're going to feed ourselves out there. They've already got all that covered. We're good. Just take it and be happy is essentially the message. So then that story gets written down. Say that was the first Earth ever. After Lucifer and the fall and all that problem, this is the first earth ever. So they get collected up. And the angels say to them, hey, we got to write this down right now. Everything that we just did to you and all of your reactions to it and how the hero responded, the one who was selected, how he responded, the things that he did and said. We're going to write all that down real quick like. And then they deliver that to the next earth. So it is literally past tense of their experience. They're not joking about that. It's not a lie. And all those things happened. That's not misleading at all if you understand this point of view. But then when they deliver it, the people look at that story and they go, oh, it's magic. Because they're describing technology. Oh, it's magical. It's magic. It's power of God. And all the crazy ideas that we come up with justify it. Because of divine hiddenness, we try to create our own narratives about what this means. And that becomes religions. But religions were never the idea. It's just letting us know ahead of time what they're going to do at the end of the planet, how they're going to cause the end of the planet, etc.
Well, definitely. So I think it makes more sense, right? Like, so, like, I'm a mythicist. I know, like, my historical friends out there are gonna scream at me for it, but I just am. I don't believe in the bullshit. I think that if you put like a man there, then even that's not the real Jesus, right? Like that's not. I don't know. It just never made sense to me that supposedly Jesus fought this battle 2,000 years ago and he clearly didn't win it. So it would make more sense to me that it would happen at the end of times. But all right, so you say let's go back now to, because you say you got this. This is the way you interpret the Bible, and I think that I've definitely read parts of the Bible where I think that you really can interpret it as an alien visitation story. I think
sure.
Primitive people not understanding what they're seeing. Hell, a lot of people today that claim to have seen them don't really understand what they're seeing. I'm skeptical on aliens, but what all did you get it from? You said the Bible. You said so much more. So, I know you talk a lot about the Book of Enoch. Are you getting stuff from sources like the Gnostic Gospels, maybe other religions as well? What all are you deriving all of these things to interpret it this way?
I actually don't see a failure in any religion around the planet to describe this. Like Zoroaster speaks of a god that has wings and coming down from the sky, but then so do the star children of the North Americas. But then so do the Aboriginal Australians talk about this great rounded rainbow colored, which back then rainbow meant red and green, rainbow colored thing. The ancient pagan Christmas tree was to be decorated with one big green ball and several smaller red balls hung upside down, so that the tree becomes more globe-shaped, putting little candles on it, little tiny candles on it, which represent us all over the planet and heaven's arrival, and the red star Kachina, and it's just damned everywhere. I can't pronounce the name of the Hindu god that hugs the earth and has 6 fingers on each appendage and has only hands and no feet, and hugs the earth, and a great, scary, grimacing, bulbous red head. It's like 27 letters long, and I don't know how to speak that language. But he's definitely there, The great red dragon in the Oriental religions up in the sky, who lives forever and has all knowledge. I'm not saying something new. The whole idea of chariots of fire and fire and lightning. Think about this for a second. The Earth is a capacitor, and we know that because sometimes space energy gets translated into sprites, which energize clouds, which strike the earth. And sometimes the lightning goes the other way and goes and escapes out into space. The earth spits electricity. Well, why would it bring in electricity and spit electricity? It's because it's a capacitor and it's fully charged. So if you took something that had a lesser energetic charge, and you broke the atmosphere, and you came down to some fairly close level, the Christian text says 3,000 feet. I'm not counting that's perfect, but you get the idea, 3,000 feet off the ground. Would there be lightning and thunder under the throne of God? Well, gosh, of course there would be. That's how electricity works.
All right. As always, like when I talk to you, Richard, I have to process. So I'll always every single time I talk to Richard, it's always a stream that I have to kind of go back and watch the next day, and kind of re-listen to everything, because there's so much there, and I know, usually when it comes to Christianity, I would just attack every foundation of it, but with Richard, I've always found it more. It's such an interesting thought experiment because it's so different, and I think that you are right. I think that you can imply from several cultures, people have been thinking about life beyond just this planet for quite a while, but I don't know, it does seem like this notion of the planet being terraformed, it's a good thought experiment, but there wouldn't seem to be much evidence for it. Or even so,
that is not true, brother.
Do you believe in evolution? Or were we specifically designed by these creatures? Did they come back and specifically design us? I don't know, 80, 100,000 years ago, however long it was.
Okay, that's already 3 topics. That's going to be too much. We're not going to get anywhere in this conversation. You already know that.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, and I'm gonna open it up for people to come in and talk to you too at some point.
More than welcome. More than welcome. If I'm stupid and wrong, I'd like to know. I'd rather be correct.
Well, I'm just trying to. I want to know how you got there, with all of that stuff. So, if you can't remember, I'll try to remember. At least.
I'm just going to answer them one at a time, and then I'm going to ask you to cue me for the next one if we even get that far. Okay. So there are markers from genetic attacks from our environment that we hold in the same place as our DNA, as some of the monkeys, some of the apes hold, right? And then they also, that traces back to pre-ape-like thing, and back to ancient varmints that we would probably think of as rodents, And we can see that chain of events in those markers, and it's always in the same place. There is no way to deny, just in sheer likelihood, that some certain bug who doesn't care where it attacks the genetic material leaves a marker in exactly the same place in this entire chain of animals. That wouldn't make sense unless we were related. But I have no problem that we were related, because the claim is that the evil Elohim were making slaves out of apes because we can do this. And that is super handy. That is an awesome thing to be able to do. That we have this ability, the apes do, which makes us really good at manipulating physical things in our environment. Like really good at it. So they were developing those, and they were, when the exodus, the escape happened from that planet, they took some of everything, which explains why we would see like 10,000 Hydrosaur and then a genetic jump above that. Instead of chronological this way, I'm going to go physical in the crust going up, and then you see like jump, and then you see the next creature that came from Hydrosaur, and you got 10,000 of those, but you got nothing in between. That's called sampling. And why it is that Stephen Jay Gould and others have agreed that there's a stabilization in the fossil record, and then a jump, and then a stabilization, and then a jump. But if you're terraforming a planet, you don't need the whole gradation, absolutely every significant difference. You only would need enough to cause the environment that you want to arrive. So it makes sense to me that we should have, in what should be a randomized process of a specific creature which lived in a specific kind of environment, that we would see jumps in the fossilization. So when, to me, you would never hear me ask, where's your transitional fossils? Because that makes sense in the story. There shouldn't be transitional fossils. There should be jumps. And that totally is fine with me.
Don't we do find transitional fossils though, don't we?
We always say there's a necessary significant jump between the ones that we do find, and we find multiples of the ones we do find, and we don't find things to bridge them, actually. You can look at any chart. One of the longest chart is the Cetus chart, from Pakicetus to dolphin and blue whale, and you'll find that there's like 1, 1, 2 missing, 1, 1, 2, 3 missing, 1, 1, 2 missing, and that's the whole chain, and it's very neat. It's very nice. But we say there must have been these 2 that are missing. There must have been these 3 that are missing, and that's the case in all the charts. We don't have a continuous gradation of anything.
So you think?
But we have multiples of what we do find.
So did the Elohim genetically engineer all the living creatures of Earth?
No. That on their Earth, I'm going to call it Satan's home planet, just for clarity. On Satan's home planet was a naturalistic, although extremely unlikely, process that resulted in the variants that we see. And when they were brought here, they evolved further, because that's what stuff does, and that's not a problem either. So what we see here are samplings of things, which is why we're missing things, because this is a sampling.
All right, so what books are you getting the Elohim creating us? Does that come from like Sitchin's interpretation of the Sumerian tablets?
I never read scholarship on a religion. I only read the religion. Okay? And I wouldn't call Zachariah Sitchin a scholar either. And there's a video on Digital Hammurabi entitled "Bitching About Sitchin." Everyone who thinks Sitchin might be valid should go watch that. Sitchin can't be valid.
Because that was the criticism of his interpretation, and I went down that rabbit hole here recently. I was trying to stay away from it, and I still went down it, right? But yeah, like he's very very loose with his interpretation. A lot of scholars that actually interpret the tablets say that it's not a legitimate interpretation.
Yeah, I'm persuaded it's not, but I don't need it. It's so prevalent in the stories that I think it's unavoidable. Like, here's an interesting thought. Why don't we ever have a god like boring up out of the planet instead of coming from the sky? It's really easy for things also to hide in the ocean, and we've recently invented some stories like that where these powerful beings come out of the ocean. But that's not a traditional view of where these powerful beings come from, or digging up out of the crust. That's a pretty new idea too. You are self-muted on StreamYard.
I must have messed with my microphone. I stepped on my cord. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on this, but I do remember reading that the USSR had released their UFO documents or whatever, and that they had discovered unidentified craft undersea. I don't think they ever identified it. Like it could very well just governments are far more advanced than we know. But definitely I remember reading about the USSR because they released their UFO files well before we even really started to release ours.
Did they?
Yeah, back in the day.
There they are, leading the way again.
We also got like the details about their sick experiments trying to like intertwine humans and animals. It was nasty shit going on back then, and the good old USSR.
Well, don't think that we didn't try stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
It's just you don't know about it.
We just never released our information.
Yeah, that would be a bad idea. That makes us look like we're not very nice, and the American people have standards. Okay, so yeah, so I think the story is so often so prevalent. The idea of coming down from the sky and these powerful beings and them having flames and stuff they can produce, like upside down flames shooting downward. That's a crazy idea 1,000 years ago, even 500 years ago. The idea of having the idea of a flame shooting downward is like insane. Just that by itself. Well, yeah, how the hell would you do that?
There's a story in Lot, I believe. I think the story of Lot, or no, it's not Lot. It's in the Gospels. It's two of Jesus' special disciples, because Jesus had special apostles. Peter was a special apostle, and then I think it was James and John, but they're called the Sons of Thunder. They call them that a couple times, and there's an instance where the Sons of Thunder bring fire down from heaven. And yeah, I mean, like to me, like there's really no way in the modern day that you can read that passage and say it could very well be interpreted to be a third, Close Encounter story, like some kind of major technology in the sky that these people have control of.
And that's not only in the New Testament, not that I require Christianity, and the Bible itself, but it's in the Old Testament too. These worshipers of Baal, which just technically means wrong god.
The story of Lot.
That's all it means. And their high priest set up this sacrificial altar, and they cut themselves and they pray to the god. Not everyone gets the Hebrew idiom. The prophets of the correct God, they go, maybe your God is busy. That word busy there means on the shitter. Maybe your God's on the shitter. That's what they say. But then they even douse their altar in water, and a fire comes down from the sky and lights the altar. I mean, come on, guys. That's some kind of power weapon. It's some kind of energy weapon. That's what's being talked about right there.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems to me like it is describing something in the heavens that is some power source at least. And that it went away because we don't see that happen anymore, right? Like, it's
well,
not something that really
again, I think
anymore.
This is prophetic, and we will see it in end times, or whoever is alive for end times will see it. But it's not hard to explain as soon as you say galaxy crossing technology in a space-based society of human beings. Would they have an energy weapon like that? Well, gosh, I can't imagine why they wouldn't.
Well, so I'll say this, and then I'll open it up. We're at about an hour point, so I'll open it up. If anybody would like to come in and ask Richard, questions about this. I'd like to stay on this, and then at some point we can move on. And I told Richard he doesn't have to stay all night. Like y'all know, like once I get going, I'm going. So, but it's I guess how do I best describe it? So, like I can find it. I can read the Bible and I can look at it with fresh eyes and I can see exactly what you're talking about. I think that you can interpret it to be, like I said, a close encounter of the third kind type of story. But I'm still able to kind of be really skeptical about that in the same way that I am in the modern times with, so many people experiencing UFO stories or seeing spaceship craft. I know the whole city of Phoenix practically saw something in the sky one night. It's fucking crazy. But I'm very skeptical of it because I just don't think that they had the ability to get here. So I can kind of dismiss it like, human beings we're very capable of deceiving ourselves, of thinking we see something that we don't see. That's why eyewitness testimony is really not that reliable in court. I mean, they'll use it to try to paint the narrative, but they understand it's not really a reliable testimony because we don't remember what we see really, so our minds can be really tricky. And I think that if it's possible for people to do that in the modern times, it would definitely be possible for people to do that in the ancient times.
Sure.
But it flies right in the face of what all history, tradition would say about not only Christianity, but what Yahweh is, the definition of Yahweh.
Well, here's the problem, Rage. They are conflating the words the Father with Yahweh. And here's why I don't. And it happens more than once in the story. If you think back to Aaron and Moses, Moses is told that he is to be the conduit of God, right? And that Aaron is to be the prophet of God and speak to the people. Because Moses is quote unquote slow of speech. I could do 2 hours on why he's slow of speech. But so it says quite directly, and you will be as God to Aaron. You will be God to Aaron. If you take out that conjunction that doesn't belong there, you are God to Aaron, basically. Well, does that mean that Moses is literally the God? No. And who the hell would read it that way? But they'll read the Father as God, even though the Father is being as God to the Son. That is, he's the conduit. It doesn't make him the God. And it can't be the God because in the description of that the God, Jehovah, it says God Spirit, not God person. It never says God person or anything that can mean person. It always talks about these immaterial constructs and all the repercussions like empathy, humanitarianism, love, understanding, those kinds of ideas. But it can't have a personality. Now, the greater question there, or the immediate question that follows is, can something without consciousness make commands? Well, yes, of course. Aren't you given rights and restrictions by the Constitution? Isn't that just super obvious as soon as you say it?
Yeah. I personally don't think the Constitution should be set in stone. I think...
Well...
maybe every 100 years or so, just have like an automatic...
Nice review.
Automatic review or rewrite. Apply it to the society you live in the modern day. Definitely get the whole great compromise out of it.
Yeah, stuff like that. The outdated stuff, get it out. Yeah, but I can definitely say something like, the U.S. Constitution commands thee, thou shalt not kill. Well, yes, obviously, right? But that is an actual command of it, even though it doesn't speak for itself. There are people who speak for it, even enforce those kinds of ideas, like the right to life. For goodness sakes, you can't just go around killing folks.
Yeah, I haven't read. I lose my lighter. The Ten Commandments in a while. But like I remember, most of them are just like common sense shit, aren't they?
The second half, yeah, pretty much. Like how to stay out of trouble with your friends and family.
All right, so the room is now open. If anybody wants to come in and hammer Richard Madsen, feel free. Usually, what usually happens with Richard is it becomes a kind of a love fest, you know, because most people like Richard. I think most people understand that Richard is genuine. He believes everything that he has said tonight. He honestly believes it. I don't think that it's so far fetched as what Christians, like normie Christians, believe. But you do consider yourself a Christian, right, Richard?
Well, I try to follow the example of Christ, so literally that makes me a Christian.
Yeah. That's always been kind of, you know, I know Christians are playing this no true Scotsman game, and I think, you know, some people will point to Scripture for what makes a true Christian or whatever. But I think, like, if you believe that Jesus lived, not the historical Jesus, but like actual Jesus Christ, and you believe that he died and resurrected, then you're a Christian. Now, you believe all those things, you just think it's going to happen in the future, right?
I think for this planet, it happens in our future at the end of this planet, just like it happened at the end of their planet. It's all the same. So same plan every time.
Do you think like things like climate change, is that just or man-made climate change, is that supposed to happen to kind of lead to the end of the planet?
It's part of the reason they have to pull our butt out of the fire that we cause.
So they understand that just by our nature, we're going to pretty much destroy the planet?
Yeah. That's what we need saved from, is our own stupid ideas.
Yeah. So you think Satan's the bad guy, the leader of the Elohim?
See, but that's the problem. If I submerge myself in H2O and I try to breathe, that's an evil for me. But it's not an evil for a fish. So I don't think that the Satan and his kind are evil in of themselves. They're not intrinsically evil. They're probably super logical and practical. And we might find that sort of thing, you know, off-putting. And they want us as slaves. They want their slaves back. We would definitely see that as off-putting. So in that way, they are evil to us, but they're not evil in themselves.
So, in the story of Adam and Eve, right? Like, is God, right? Or is the character of God in the story of Genesis? Is that actually Satan, the Elohim, the Creator, wanting to keep us as slaves, as dumb beast, basically, and then its actual Yahweh comes along as the serpent?
That's why there's reluctance to give Adam a mate. Like that may not be a good idea, because now this thing will be able to procreate. Now you got more than two of them, and is that going to become a problem? Well, it does. It becomes a real big problem.
All right, so why did they make us? Why did the Elohim need slaves?
Oh, they just became technologically advanced, and I don't know, out of practicum, you create slaves. I mean, we have slaves in this world right now of lower animals, like a seeing eye dog is a slave, a cow is a slave, etc.
Did they leave because did they? Why did they leave? Did they leave because that God won some war against them?
Let's try to put it in a perspective that we can understand from our point of view. Let's say that our hands were not good for some certain thing, right? But we wanted that certain task done. So let's say a cloven hoof was much, much better. And we start purposefully evolving pigs. We select them for intelligence. We started selecting them for intelligence instead of muscle size, right? And we breed like the smartest pig possible. And by the time we get there, we're so technologically advanced that we can, excuse me, that we can tell the part of our genetic material that would make the pig capable of speech and of higher thinking. And we stick that in the genetic of the pigs, and we breed this brand new kind of pig through genetic engineering. And you have a standing up, talking, walking, thinking pig. Is that its own entity, or do you have a right to it?
Well, I think we would have a right to it.
See, that's the moral conundrum, but the fact is we have morals.
Most people would anyway. I would think, like, if it's I don't know, sentient, it would be its own
What if
entity.
it's just as smart as we are or smarter?
Then it would be its own entity. But I think humanity would naturally try to dominate it because that's what we do.
Now, what you just said, it would be its own entity. Is that an emotional decision, or is that a business decision?
That would probably be an emotional or a moral decision. I mean, if it's
Right.
sentient, then it's its own creature. You know, that's
what I think.
It's kind of like the conundrum of AI. Like, even if AI
Yes.
does do it, what I guess the worst case scenario would be like that Terminator scenario, to where they look at humanity, decide that we don't
As a plague.
we're a plague that needs to be erased or whatever. But even then, like, morally, now that we know that we might be on the verge of creating another sentient form of life, right?
We are.
Are we not morally obligated to do so? I don't know. Good question.
Yeah, it is a good question, isn't it? Should we do it because it might be autonomous, and then do we own it when it's autonomous? But if you take emotion out of that equation, if you take morals out of the equation, then I can understand Satan believing he actually owns us. He believes that's a righteous claim.
Well, I would think, I mean, just the way we dominate animals, like, I think most humans, if they're honest with themselves, like, say, you know, if this Satan, this Elohim, really did exist, and they really did create these inferior creatures, why wouldn't they look at us more than a pet? You know, like we don't do that with some of the sentient creatures that we domesticate.
It's a true story. So I think that's how they would have looked at caveman when they started messing around with the DNA, or maybe the evolutionary process got from some kind of monkey-like animal to what we would call caveman, and they went, wow, that is pretty cool. Let's tweak it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, a fascinating thought experiment. I think it really makes for like a good sci-fi. Like, I always said that, like, the ancient astronaut story, at least the story of what they say the Sumerian tablets describe.
I'll tell you, man, I think my view of the Bible, my view of the Bible would make a kick-ass movie. It would, because you could have what we perceive as non-overlapping time frames. Because if everything that's ever been here is stored now in heaven, which is the claim in Genesis 3:2, then there's a room full of, dinosaurs. There's a dinosaur room in heaven. There's a Cambrian explosion room in heaven. There's all that stuff and everything in between. There are sections that are like huge wildernesses where every kind of proto-man exists.
It's like, where do you get that, though? Like, how do you know that?
It's necessary for stocking a planet and leaving the necessary bones that we find here now.
So you think heaven's a planet?
No, it's a set of spaceships, really big ones.
And that's where, like, dead souls go, or just is that where the creators?
That's a Christian belief, but the text defeats that when it says things like the dead know nothing. That you have to be alive to know things, which we know is true. There's no brain activity in dead folks. And I am a God of the living, not a God of the dead. There's another like statement saying, look, the folks in heaven are like alive, dude. They're alive. They're not this weird, funky spirit woo thing. That's not what they are.
So you don't believe in the eternal life, like, or the second death or anything like that?
Well, okay, that's another thing Christians abuse. The second death means death of the physical flesh.
Yeah.
The first death means death of an idea or idea set.
Well,
like, for instance,
how would the second death be the death of the physical flesh?
Well, how would you change your mind about something while you're dead? You have to change your mind. You can only have repentance while alive. You can't have repentance while you're dead. That makes no sense.
So you think like changing your mind is dying?
It's called the first death.
So when
it means changing your mind.
If you change your mind about anything, it's a first death.
It's a death to that idea. Yeah, the idea dies, which is why it keeps saying things like the old man is dead and the new man is born. The person continued, but the old man is dead.
So, I've heard you talk about you call them like Jewish idioms. Like it's like I guess I inferred like you're saying that Jewish people back then just meant different things by what we're implying, right? Like, and I've heard kind of like similar things, like when they say, risen from the dead or came back from the dead, they're not really implying somebody came back from the dead, but like becoming Jewish, right? Like if you're not Jewish, you're dead.
Yeah.
And if
you're not a believer, you're already sentenced to death. So you're of the group the dead because you don't believe. If you come to believe, you are raised from the dead. That's what that phrase means.
So I just don't know enough about that. But where do you I don't know, I guess get that knowledge from? Like, how are you certain that some of these things are just, Jewish idioms and shouldn't be taken, like, I guess, literally from what it's saying in the Bible?
Well, that's the problem, is Christians who don't know these Jewish idioms assume they're English idioms, they're European idioms, and they're not. And that's why they can't read them. But if you chase down the logic of it, like, do dead people give birth to live young? No. Is Jesus born of the dead? Yes. Could it mean they were physically dead and birthed him? No. What other kind of dead is there? Spiritually dead. Jesus is born out of a group that are spiritually dead. I mean, it's just necessary.
Right, yeah. So I guess, what do you think about, end times? I'm trying to think of the word. When Jesus comes down and he returns to the earth and raises all the dead Christians, and then I guess all the alive Christians. Man, I can't believe this word, recall this word, but pretty much where they go up to space and meet Jesus and then get to go to heaven. And,
sure. Well, you could use the ascension as the physical act. You could talk about quickening or perfecting or resurrection as the overall view of it. Which word are you looking for?
I don't know. It wasn't any of those. The rapture. The rapture. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Came up. Yeah. I was about to like try to Google it, and I was like, nope, it came to my head. So yeah, like, do you believe in the rapture? I guess because I mean, if it sounds like you're kind of saying what atheists believe, like once you die, you're dead, right?
Well, that's what I read that the Bible is claiming, is that when you're dead, you're dead. Fortunately for us,
or I guess naturalist. I should say atheist.
Yeah, it's naturalism. It's not atheism. You're right. Too much Christians conflate those terms. But anyway, luckily, human females are born with more eggs than they could ever use in 40-ish years of menstrual cycles. We have multiples over, peace and respect, Toxic Taylor. We have multiples over what a female will ever use. Now, you might say that's a waste of energy, but I don't think that it is. Your YouTube is still on, Toxic. But in heaven, those who ascend physically, those eggs and those ovum and those birthing organs, those reproductive organs are going to be put to use. From what I can tell, the reason for all those eggs is to restore our past humans. And if it weren't true that all genetics are alive on the earth today of all humans ever, then we could say something like, we find remains of a line of human being, and there were no survivors, there are no descendants of them, and that we come from a completely different animal, in which case you couldn't call that other line human being. It just wouldn't work out. So I think what's being described there is physical restoration of the past of this planet and ascension or rapture of the people who are alive in that time when our ancestors return. And that all of those will be restored into heaven, which kind of makes me a universalist.
But heaven is like spaceships, like several spaceships, right? So
yeah, like real actual things, yeah.
So it's just like pretty much the humans at the end of the world are gonna get to go on the spaceships if they believe in God. If not, then they stay on Earth.
If they can just accept the reality they're faced with, I think it's going to be, if you crunch the numbers, okay, some people die in plagues and stuff like that, and they kill each other, and they go nuts because there's no government, no infrastructure, and people just go nuts in a situation like that. So there's a lot of people like killing each other and stuff, but there isn't a lot of death from plagues. The plagues are designed to be a real pain in the ass, and in the case of hemorrhoids, literally a pain in the ass. But they're not designed to kill folks. That's not what they're for. It's to put like environmental pressure on them until their brain clicks over and they go, you know what, I'd just rather go to the spaceship. This sucks. And they give in. But it has to be voluntary, and they have to understand what's going on and what that society is, because inducing them into a society that they don't understand is defeating their own will, and it's immoral, and they just won't make immoral acts. So they have to actually understand what's going on. But then when you crunch the numbers in the text, it gets down to 70,000 people worldwide population. Well, how did it get down to 70,000 out of some, if it happened today, just over 8 billion people? They ascended. That's where they went. And I mean, one loss of one person is too many in my emotional feelings about it. But on the other hand, free will is important. So there's that conundrum. Should their will be defeated and them forced to go to heaven? Tough call. I'm going to agree with the story and say, no, it's not okay to do that.
So what about dead Christians? Is it just the living people at the end of the world?
The living people at the end of the world apparently
I guess dead
ascend
Christians would
physically.
be a bad word.
It's fine. Dead people have died in the past, restored through the viable ovum and reproductive system of voluntary, physically ascended females from this planet. And in fact, if you think about the curse of Eve meaning females, when she leaves the earth or Garden of Eden, her job is to have physical pain of birthing children greatly multiplied. In other words, you're going to have a bunch of kids, and it's going to hurt. Because physicality, it hurts.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the second worst pain I think you can feel. I could be wrong. All right, so I do want to go back.
I've never been a woman.
I know Pat was pointing out. I don't know. He says that your idea of idioms is fallacious. What you're identifying as like Jewish idiom, in fact, are more like Greco-Roman and other non-Jewish origins, such as Egyptian.
That's okay. I'm not talking about necessarily the Jews themselves, but the writings that I find. And what those traditions are actually meaning. It doesn't have. It could be the whole culture. It doesn't have to be strictly Judaism.
All right, I know. I need a process. Taylor, what do you think of Richard? How you doing tonight? He might be AFK. I know he waited for a minute, and it took me a minute to get to him because I'm fascinated. I get fascinated with this. I'm still not quite sure like what all the books you're kind of utilizing to get here, but I think you're utilizing not only a bunch of books, maybe other outside sources from the Holy Bible, but
I think I should say
like,
one more thing to Pat.
Culture and stuff like that. But yeah, go ahead.
I think I should say one more thing to Pat. I don't think the Bible is exclusive in these expressions. that we trace these expressions back into other cultures, back into other religions. And I don't have any problem with that whatsoever, because I don't have this pride problem where, oh, only Christianity is right. But instead, I do believe that if there were angels of any kind, ancient humans of any kind, that they wouldn't be prejudiced, and that they would have and indeed did tell everyone the truth, which is why that truth is all over the planet in several religions.
All right. So you are kind of a universalist in that regard. Well, yeah, Taylor,
Sure.
How you doing tonight? And yeah, what do you think about Richard and the things we're talking about? I'm not sure if you've ever met Richard. I'm assuming you probably have.
Oh, yeah, I've known Richard for a couple years now.
Yeah, I thought so. Richard knows everybody.
Me and Richard butt heads all the time. But last night I jumped on his defense. Some dude came in and started calling him a Satanist.
A Satanist?
Yeah, that's true. I don't know how much methamphetamine I would have to use to imitate that man last night, but it would be quite a lot.
He was like a white belt preacher.
Wow. I missed that one. Was that on your channel, Richard?
I was on praise.
Yeah.
Yeah, praise stream's too late for me.
I will actually vouch for Toxic here, that he may have ideas where he and I disagree, but the man is at least a serious student looking into the meanings of these things and trying to find out what they mean. I have to respect that. So he is an actual serious student, even though he doesn't have the accolades of a sheepskin. He's an autodidact.
Yeah, I've Math Pig's coming to hate on me. I know you're mad. I know you're mad, Math Pig.
Grr. Hello, Grr. This is Grr.
Yeah.
He's not-
I was just gonna say, yeah, I've always enjoyed talking with Taylor. I just wasn't sure if you'd ever talked to him, Richard. But yeah, how you doing, Math Pig? Sorry, I stole everybody away from your stream. I didn't mean to.
No. That's fine. You know, I've just finished crying in the corner. I went through an entire box of Kleenex. You know, I've wiped
Hug it out, y'all. Yeah.
picked myself up off the floor, and you know, if you can't beat them, join them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
It's so hard.
I know. Like I was running out of questions, so I'm like, people, please start coming in and asking and helping me out here. How you doing, Sammy?
Are we back?
So is the entire world still hating you?
Still what?
Have you got over the entire world hating you?
I try not to get emotional about those things. I expect to be generally rejected. Not that I think that makes me special or better or right. Unlike Christians who feel they're right because they're persecuted, I think that's fallacious.
I said it maybe 4 months ago to you, and I'll say it again now. Jay Bundy's a mouthy, anti-atheistic, just self-centered
like
prick that won't give anyone else a chance. So
Sure. It's really funny to me. I had a really good conversation with my one black friend, and I didn't label the guy my one black friend. He literally calls himself that out of humor because he is a black man. So he's like calling himself the novel black guy in the group, which is, I think, brilliant. But I had a great conversation with him.
Is my mic still messed up?
it's
You're
a wee
better.
bit loud, but that's a lot better.
It's as you said, it's loud.
A wee
There
bit.
you go. That's good.
So I had a great conversation, but while my one black friend and I were speaking on Jay Bundy's channel, Jay reported, well, I couldn't listen. I just kind of was ignoring it and doing something else, and I just muted the stream. And even though I had a really progressive, forward-thinking conversation with an intelligent person who isn't completely closed-minded. Jay Bundy used that like he had knowledge of my view somehow.
I could tell watching your review of it. I think it was yesterday or the day before or whatever it was.
Yeah, like day
on your
before,
channel,
yeah.
Which I think he ended up sniping part of. Did you know that while you were doing that?
I went back and, in fact, I've done a review of his review of my review of the conversation.
I don't know about YouTube and all of that, but I think a personal mark of respect is you don't snipe anyone's stream or whatever unless they're like good friends or like it's an unwritten sort of rule.
Well, and you can you can give him a strike for that shit.
Yeah, like I wouldn't right now turn my hack on and stream this to my channel and pretend like it's my stream. That's just flat out stealing all the work that you've been doing. You know.
Sure.
Well, I mean, I've done it, but it's always been with permission. Like you've got to, you need to ask permission if you're going to stream it, and if you're not in the room, then yeah, that's straight sniping. You can get a strike for it nowadays.
If you started streaming my stream earlier while you were live and I was live, and you had a wee bit, oh look at everybody come on over here and had a wee joke and everything, I still probably wouldn't copyright you because we know each other and it's a bit of banter and it's like you know. It's fun, maybe girl, but we'd have the banter. We don't care, but he just does it all the time. I don't know. I'm gonna be quiet because I'm gonna come across as
it sounds like he's got it sounds like he's got a pretty big chubby for you, Richard. Like, where does all this stem from? Did you have like a debate with him? Did you go on his channel? Did he come on yours?
Okay, so he put out a challenge while I was there viewing. I view not to challenge him. I don't. I just want to have honest interactions with people. So he put out this challenge, come on and show me your God. So I did. And he agreed to it. And then I said, you agreed to my God. And then he freaked the hell out.
It's watching just his responses. He just ignores what you say.
Yeah.
He has, it's like, according to him in your live chat the other night when he popped in, you were doing a very bad job and you need to, like, you can't do what you do and all this. And I'm like, my response was, there is nobody better to describe Richard's religion and what he believes but Richard. He's literally the best person to describe what he believes.
And you for describing what you believe.
He didn't respond.
Unironically.
He never responded to any of my messages. I don't know. He must be scared.
Well, yeah, no, I think...
And he's trying to pretend that I'm straw-manning science and I'm a pseudoscientist. Man, if you create an environment where a little bug is like starving to death and there's plenty of food that it could accept, but its genetics say don't accept it right now, and you do that for 22,000 generations, you are forcing evolution. It's literally what you're doing. And I'm not saying that that's not genuine evolution because you forced it. If you can force it, it's genuine evolution. I got no problem. So I'm not strawmanning it. That is what the Lenski experiment did.
If I can, try and play devil's advocate, as everything as I've just said about Jay and all the rest of it, and how I disagree with his approach, I'm going to throw at least 30%, 33.3% at you, Richard, as we talk about in every single goddamn episode. You say heaven, you mean spaceship. You say this when you mean that. And a particular person coming out of nowhere, not knowing anything about you, and specifically with that sort of attitude and angriness towards Christianity, when you use these Christian terms, you're going to get the backlash. And I don't feel that necessarily he's trying to... Oh, sorry, just seen the bird. I don't feel he's necessarily trying to strawman you. He's using the words that you're using to create a picture. And if you used slightly more descriptive words particular to your belief system, it would help communicate that message better.
I know you're right.
I'm always right.
Damn Irish, always right. That's such a pain.
Yeah, well, I think I definitely agree with that because, it seems to this interpretation that I grew up with And it's kind of a lot harder
Sure.
for me to kind of get into the frame of mind to really get that internal critique of your perspective. And I think it's probably a lot harder for Christians, though, because not only is what you're saying alien to what they've read or been told that, what they've read, but they've been trained to look at it as like a
There's something wrong with your bandwidth. It's trying to like catch up, and then it spaces, and then it catches up again.
Close your windows and just refresh the room, man. You should be, man. Clear the cache. Just close your access tabs and refresh the window. We'll still be streaming. I do believe.
Yeah, we'll be fine. It'll still be here. To say spaceship without saying heaven and then make the proper association. Words like something like
Heaven?
whoa,
There was a baby.
like maybe heaven ship.
Heaven ship.
But then they're going to go, oh, heaven ship, the situation where people live in heaven ship. I mean, it's almost impossible. Or
It's just that the fact that you use Christian words with everybody in the community having known in the Western society mainly, you know what I'm talking. They all know what these words mean. They know what they mean relative to 99.9% of the people in the world.
hey, what do you think of the word angelians?
It sounds like angelic.
Now, Richard, we
Well,
came up with
should.
extra celestial.
Well,
Remember
yeah.
that?
Extra celestial. That's pretty good.
I think, yeah.
That's the one we came up with last night.
To
Well, that's what I
describe the location of heaven.
Well, that's what I said to Richard. I think it was 2 weekends ago or 2 weeks ago, because you weren't here on Tuesday, Richard. It was 2 weeks ago. You need to deliberately say something that's not heaven. You need to say the word spaceship. You need to say extra. What was it again? Sorry, Taylor.
Extra celestial.
Yeah,
Celestial.
because that will drive a question rather than an assumption. What you want that your interlocutor or the person you're talking to is to understand you. So you want them to ask questions so they can understand. You don't want them to assume. So extraterrestrial.
Extra celestial. Celestial is a Christian
Celestial.
proprietary term referring to heaven itself.
That's it.
But that's, I don't know. I that 33% I think falls on you. You know, you drive
you're right.
assumptions rather than driving questions.
I mean, it's not that you're wrong for sure.
I cannot remember the name of your channel, Taylor, for the life of me. And I've seen you live a couple of times, and I cannot remember the name of your channel. Would you please enlighten me?
Toxic, what do you call your channel?
My channel is still the John Spot.
Thank you very much. Because I've seen you live a couple of times. I just couldn't remember the name of your channel.
I really like Extra Celestial. I just wanted to come in here and say that. That's specifically the only reason I popped in, to say that is a brilliant term for what you're describing.
You can't pop in looking like that and then just run away again.
I put all this on.
Why not?
but I had a secret meeting with somebody tonight, and I had to look pretty. So that's what it was.
I know them secret meetings.
This was, this was.
Sorry. Let me get that back up. I'm not sure. Like, I'm trying to fix this as I go. It might just be a bad internet connection. So I'm not sure what's going on. I'm trying to kind of fix this on the fly, and I'm hoping that I don't have to kind of like end the stream early. But let me get StreamYard back up. It should still be going, hopefully. Everything should still be going.
Dress though in this game.
Let's see. Nope, it's Knock talking to himself. There he is.
There we go.
Hey.
There we go. There's Knock.
Just having technical difficulties.
All right. Yeah, I'm my shit is not working right. I'm gonna stay in the kind of background and let you guys talk and try to like fix on some stuff. But I could just be having really weak internet tonight.
Knock, if you want, send me the stream key in a DM, and then we can just straight up swap over, and then you can just pop in. If your internet plans, it plans, and it'll be running from my end if you want.
Yeah, we could probably
Basically giving Robbie the reins. Yeah.
No, I didn't say that. Just the stream key. I'm not going to take his details. Just the key.
Ownership of your channel, 40%, I think, is the going rate right now.
I will. Yeah, okay. Just because you said that, I'm going to put a direct link to Breeze OnlyFans. That's going to live streaming.
Bring it.
You do not have an OnlyFans.
So I'm gonna kind of chill in the background, see if it gets a little better. You'll have to let me know. Oh, Pat just got kicked. Come back in, Pat. I'm not sure how you just got kicked. I didn't mean to kick anybody.
Not kicked Pat. What a jerk.
I didn't mean to kick anybody. So, yeah, come on back in. And I'm going to try to just sit in the background. You guys talk to Richard for a while.
I've been actually looking forward. I'm hoping for a conversation with Pat. Maybe he can make it in tonight.
So what was the argument last night where we coined the term extra celestial? Was it just that? What should we call it if we're not going to call it an alien?
Right. I mean, Robbie makes the point, and Toxic did too, that when I use words like heaven and angel from the Christian Standard story, it's got all this luggage attached to it that I don't really want.
The Mormons do that too.
Mormons?
Yeah, the Mormons use a bunch of Christian terms and stuff to get you into so you like familiarize yourself with the asinine beliefs they have. That's what it looks like you're doing, Richard.
It probably does look like that. I think I'm not trying to trick anybody, or I'm trying to use their present understanding and experience and then translate that into what I'm saying. And I just don't know a good way to do it.
I do kind of get that, though, that's what it would come across as, like you're co-opting Christian terminology to pull someone down ancient alien kind of too. But
sure.
And I know you enough to know that's not. It's more complicated than that. But obviously, when we use the terminology, that's where people are going to go in their brain, right? Yeah.
But your description comes as well, Richard, in certain things, as we've discussed before, with an awful lot of baggage.
Hey, Pat.
Yeah, what's up?
We have deliberately fought over, I think the phrasing that you used was aggressive persuasion, and the phrasing that I used was fucking torture. All right? So there's the way that you phrase things and say that you try, I don't know if it's subconscious or conscious, but you don't want people to think of you as the priest of the aliens who's coming to torture people. And I can make an argument for that. You know, everybody loves you. Everybody sees you as the nice, lovable, huggable sort of guy. And if you were known as the guy that preached aliens are coming to torture us, split us up from our families, put us through, like, literal hemorrhoids. Everybody's getting hemorrhoids for 3 years. You know, it's...
Well, not 3, but yes.
3.5, whatever the fuck it is. We're all getting...
Well, not 3.5, actually much shorter. It's closer to the end. It's one of the latter events. It's the same, actual hemorrhoids, yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to associate you with hemorrhoids. Why would you want that baggage? So I can see why it's hard for you to make that leap.
Alien hemorrhoids, Richard. Explain yourself.
No, actual hemorrhoids, not alien.
Alien-induced hemorrhoids?
No. They don't have to induce them. They happen naturally, the same way that diseases cause hemorrhoids all the time, all over the planet. If you take away a good portion of the sunlight and crops aren't growing, then all the rodents move in, out of sewers and out of the fields in the country into wherever the food sources are, the grain stores are, which would be close to people. Now you have an abundance of diseased rats interacting with people, and one of the diseases that they normally carry, which we're not dealing with their feces all the time so much because they hide from us, because they can. In a situation where they can't hide from us, we're going to end up catching those diseases, and one of them causes hemorrhoids.
Okay. Interesting.
So, am I incorrect that hemorrhoids are caused just by pushing or straining? I thought they were a kind of prolapse.
Although I do play a medical professional on television, I'm not actually a medical professional, but from what I understand, that's one of the causes. But there's also, there's all kinds of infections that can cause the same result, Sammy, as far as I know.
I wouldn't have a clue.
Would I be fair in making a correlation and saying that I could make an argument, Richard, knowing you as well as you are, that not your belief system is a religion from a wonderful, omnipotent, fantastic God, but narcissistic, empire ruling, do what I tell you or you're punished, ends justify the means.
To some extent, yes.
The idea of what you portray in the wordage that you use, the actual details of it, they're the opposite. And, well, an argument could be made that they are the opposite.
I don't know what that phrase exactly, everything you said right there meant, but the first thing you said means to me, are angels overly patient and super, super kind all the time during our transitional 7 years? Not so much. Like, they got a job to do, and they ain't gonna have time to play around with us.
If these aliens existed and had the technology they have,
yeah,
why would they not come down in a normal, nice spaceship and have a conversation with us and explain to us our position in the universe? Why do they come down and act like the aliens from fucking, what do you call that movie where Steven Spielberg blew up the White House? Independence Day. They come down in your description and act like Independence Day.
No, actually, I think what you've done is our minds, we have a tendency to like focus on the high action part of the movie, so to speak. And you're talking about the second half of End Times and after the judgment and after the first ascension and those who reject heaven. And you're saying, oh, they're being really aggressive or even mean or even cruel. That's all fine. To those who did not accept it. But that's like leaving out 80% of the population who would just be like, cool. These aliens aren't here for food and aren't going to eat us, and we're just taking the ascension, which I think will be the greatest mass of the population, that most people would just be like cool with it.
Right, you say ascension, which is a wonderful, beautiful word in a Christian terms. Ascension's usually a lovely thing and all the rest of it. By ascension, you mean get the fuck up off the planet because the people who are here are going to blow it up. Well, not blow it up. Yeah.
Yes, come out of the earth, literally, yeah.
It's not a wonderful, amazing thing where you are...
Well, I don't think there's going to be glowing lights that elevate you or something. Probably more like get in the shuttlecraft and I'll take you up there.
I'm taking the free spaceship. You said there's an option to get a free spaceship and fuck off by myself and create them.
There might be. I don't know that there isn't. It doesn't seem like it would be. It wouldn't be in conjunction with the idea of free will to say you're in heaven now, you must stay forever. That doesn't sound like free will to me.
I find fun
or something. Probably more like get
a different point of view from your interactions. The fact that we have a show and we go through Revelations and different scriptures, and we will spend 2 hours on 4 verses, and an hour and a half of that is not even talking about the verse. It's talking about your beliefs and the way you come across and your wordage that you use. There's an awful lot to you. You're a very complicated man.
I think it's a complicated book.
Yeah, people don't. Some people think that you fucking handle snakes, you're immune. And even though they watch their father die, they still handle snakes and think they're immune.
Wow. You're not. And that's not... However, if high technology spaceships were literally parked in our atmosphere surrounding all of the Earth, where there's no place you couldn't stand and see one, because they're so big and there's so many of them, and a promise is made to you like, yo, these aliens understand the human body so much that there's no amount of snake poison or poison you can drink they can't rescue you from in the next 5 minutes, and you'll be okay. Just go ahead and take the bite. Go ahead and take the drink. You'll be okay. And that's promised to only the hero, then you can totally go like, well, yeah, no problem.
And I watched a movie one time where a guy kidnapped a woman, convinced her he had strength, and then actually gave her a load of anti-venom, and then took her into an empty swimming pool with loads of snakes while they were bitten having sex, and she thought it was the most amazing thing ever. He's not a nice guy. I think he ended up killing her or killing someone else. That's just manipulation.
That sounds horrible. Well, I think the point is technology, not magic.
Well,
stop using magical terms then.
Well, I kind of, Richard, I've noticed something. You talk about people accusing you of using pseudoscience, then you'll talk about something that's based in science. And then you'll show that you really don't have a very deep understanding of like that issue. Going back to something you said earlier in the stream, as you were talking about the number of eggs. You used the word eggs, I actually wrote it down, that a woman has over the course of her life, but you actually don't understand that those aren't eggs, they're follicles. They're potential eggs. And that each month, in order for one egg to reach maturity within this follicular cluster, a woman has to basically lose 1,000 of them. So when a female child's born, they have about 2 million of these potential eggs or follicles inside their reproductive system. At the time that they get to be about, when puberty hits, say 12, 13, they'll be down to anywhere between 300 and 400,000 of those. So when a woman gets to be about 50, she's got no eggs left because each month she's using 1,000 of these follicles, sometimes 1,200, sometimes 800, but 1,000 is about average. So we understand how the maturation process of eggs works. So when you say there's enough eggs in a woman to like repopulate an entire planet, no, there's only enough eggs for the average woman to have about 400 menstrual cycles. So you conflated and made something extremely fallacious because you don't understand the biology. And we've understood this part of embryology since the 1960s. This is something I learned, in rudimentary biology classes when I was in college in the 90s. So I would just say, before you make these pronouncements, because you do sound like someone engaging in pseudoscience because you don't understand the process that you assume you've extrapolated this very important meaning to, when the process actually is very limiting. The fact that it takes 1,000 potential, we'll just call them follicles, potential eggs, to receive one egg to be each month to be actually the egg that gets discharged or ends up being a potentially fertilized egg in normal menstruation, shows you it's a complicated process, but it's not. It's robust so that you can have selection of a good egg at the end, and all the other ones get thrown away or kind of like extra trash. Not extra trash, but it's part of this selection and maturation process, right, to get the best result. So I think maybe before you make pronouncements, dig into the science and maybe help clarify your position so you don't sound kind of like you're going off the deep end.
Actually, I appreciate everything you said right there. I didn't know that it was such a limited time offer, and I would probably be better off saying like young, healthy women instead of, older women whose, menstruation cycles are coming to an end.
But in order to make one egg a month, on average, it takes 1,000 of these follicles to be consumed in the process. So it's not.
And how many did you say they end up with at the beginning of their menstrual cycles?
No, when they start puberty, I mean, depending on the age, but it's somewhere between 300,000 and 400,000.
300,000 and 400,000, which is what I was saying in the first place.
Well, no, you said millions, and it's millions when they're born, right? When a woman's born, she's got about 2 million of them.
Okay.
But by the time she's 12 to 13, it's dropped to 300, 400. And then it precipitously drops. By the time she's 50, she's got 0 left.
Right. Okay, that's fine. I appreciate the education on that.
Yep.
Well, some women go into menopause early, like myself.
Right. I don't want
It's
to.
rare, but
I'm talking in broad generalities.
Yes.
Averages, yeah.
Yeah, no, I know.
Hi, Marty.
I just wonder if whoever was speaking, sorry, my screen's really small. I can't see people's names.
Patrick.
I don't know that you've made the point you think you may have made, though. You've kind of agreed with Richard.
No, I didn't, because if the ratio of maturation is 1,000 potential eggs to get one adult female egg,
but that's the process the human body uses. He's talking about something completely different.
No,
he's just talking about a technology that would extract those unneeded eggs.
Well, I would like for you to demonstrate a technology that can do that now.
We don't have that.
Well, that's not the point.
But it's saying, so you're saying even though we can't demonstrate it, we can just assume that somebody else can do it?
Right.
Well, yes, so
you understand that assumption is like an assumption of ignorance, right? Like we've only seen it done this way. We've tried. You
understand that in a prophecy, there's a lot of assumptions because none of it's happened yet, right?
Well, it's a lot of assumptions, but it's also a lot of pseudoscientific speculation, right?
Yes, I
agree, but you still haven't falsified his point about the follicles, as you want to call them.
Okay, so the system that's currently in place, 420, is a system that requires an extreme redundancy, a large breadth of potentials to get one selective egg that can be fertilized, right? To say Richard's initial statement was women are produced this way so they can eventually repopulate the entire planet by themselves. That is what is pseudoscientific. Because
could I run down some numbers with you, Pat?
Sure, you can throw numbers down.
Of all the things to pick to disagree with,
let's say that.
And you picked
let's say that. Let's say that at any given time, there's only 5% of young, healthy females in a population, which I think it's actually higher than that. But let's say it's 5%. And let's say that out of that 5% of 8 billion or so people that ascended into heaven, and then they were given a literally human perfect environment with perfect nutrition, and their physical self was in a process of being perfected over the course of the next 7 years. That's the claim. Do you think that it's unreasonable to say, even with the follicle reduction, where you only get 1 in 1,000 out of, what number did you say at the beginning of this?
You get one mature fertilizable egg out of anywhere from 800 to 1,200 follicles. So basically,
so let's say 1,000 on average. Okay, fine. Right. And how many eggs do they start with?
Depends on which age of life they're in, and when they're actually born.
I already told you that. Are you being uncooperative on purpose? Because I said at a premium age, in their youth and in their health.
Well, this is what age do you think is the best?
16 to 20.
So probably somewhere around 300,000.
Okay, so 1,000th of 300,000 is 30. Right?
No, it's 300.
It's 300. Okay. So if every female, 5% of them, were able to reproduce, being perfected in that perfect environment to them, that perfectly healthy environment to them, and they were able to maintain their health, and it wasn't a problem of it getting worse, or even if it did get worse, but it got worse over the same amount of course of time, over the course of, say, 40 years, there would still be plenty of viable eggs to perform what I'd said.
So you're just going to harvest these eggs from these women one a month for the next 400 cycles?
I'm not.
And whoever, because
they're claiming that that's the kind of thing they're going to do to recreate the humans of the past.
They who?
they our ancient ancestor aliens?
Okay. And that's why
I mean, mathematically, it does work.
It doesn't work because once you harvest an egg, the eggs don't all mature at the same rate, right? Once you remove an egg, right, depending on how it's removed, you can actually stutter cycle a woman's cycle. Like you're saying, like in perfect conditions where I get to say it always works the way I want. Well, I guess you're right. But, then at that point, you're talking about something you're saying we can't. In science fiction, it works. So that's my theology. My theology is science fiction. I'm going to mix a little science in there, say this, that, and the other. But I want you to believe me when we really have no basis to even make an assertion like you're making.
Okay, so, Pat, you may or may not have heard me say this in the past, but I have several times. And people here will confirm I've held this the entire time, that in order for someone to cross some society, to cross a galaxy and terraform a planet, which is what I think the claim is, I don't think it's unreasonable to say they'd have to be at least like a class 3 or class 4 Kardashev civilization in order to do that. And it's evident to me that that's what's being claimed, especially in the book of Genesis, at the beginning of Genesis, that that's what they do. And then, I mean, it's part of my belief. I can't show this technology already exists or that these beings do exist. I can't definitively show that. You're right. But in the internal critique of what I'm talking about from within the text, I don't see any problems. And I appreciate the information you've added to my knowledge base. I appreciate that, but it's not actually any kind of a challenge within this paradigm.
Well, it's not, because every time someone challenges you, make another exception that adds to the exceptions for your basis, right?
I'm not making new exceptions. That's a straw man of my position.
It's not. I've heard you before, Richard. You have this theology, and if it's not this, it's that. Right?
So because I haven't expressed it to you before, I'm making it up in the moment.
No, it seems to be an apologetic on the fly.
Pat. That's logically fallacious, Pat.
It's not logically fallacious.
First, you haven't looked into my mind. You haven't spoken to me before directly until tonight.
That's not true. We've talked before, Richard. We've talked at least 3 or 4 times. So when did you and I have a mutual? Before. You've been on Amy Newman's with me before. We've talked before.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't recall you.
Well, see, maybe that's just a gap in your memory because you're not remembering now that we've actually talked.
I'm not a perfect human.
I agree.
I don't recall saying I'm a perfect human either.
But
to say something like
statement saying we never talked before when we have.
We've had little short conversations, not near this depth.
Oh God, he forgot talking to you, dude. Get over it. Doesn't make him fallacious.
But Pat, you can't have known all of my stance all of the time that I've been espousing it for a decade, because you weren't there a decade ago. And when you say I'm making some kind of ad hoc rationalization, you can't know that.
That's what it appears to be to me. But we have been talking for about the last 6 months. Okay.
I appreciate that's your view. I'm not saying you're unjustified in your view until you espouse that must be the case.
All right, real quick, I just want to jump in and say, like, I'm gonna hang out in the background. Like, it doesn't seem to be like lagging too much now, but I'm gonna hang out in the background. If I feel like I need to come in, I will. But yeah, please continue the conversation, and I'm just gonna hang out in the background, and like 3 more people can come in if they want to.
We were saying, guys, are we coming to an impasse or what?
I think Pat came to his point that my assumption of some 300,000 eggs in females as they're born isn't an accurate representation of what goes on, that they have actually some 1,000 times more than that, and then as they age, less and less become available until none are available at the end of their menstrual cycles or menstruation. I'm sorry, what's that called? Menopause.
Menopause.
I totally accept that.
Is that an accurate representation of your presentation, Pat?
It's good enough. I don't think it's I don't think he's actually getting my point, but that's fine.
Like my OBGYN told me that I could have kids. Like when she told me that I was in menopause, I went into menopause real early, like just before I turned. I was premenopausal like 37, just before I turned the May before I turned 40. That's when they told me I was in menopause. So I asked the doc. I said, so let's say Paul McCartney rolls
You're
up on
older
me.
than me.
Girl, I'm 45.
I didn't know you were older than me.
No, just Marty. Marty always looks younger than Marty is
so
by
young, sweetheart.
by a good chunk.
Because you're so gorgeous.
Thank you. I drink water and take naps. You guys want to look young? Drink water, take naps. That's how you look young.
I still think it has something to do with being a witch. I don't really believe you.
I mean, I'm not going to tell people about that.
I know you can't. I get it.
But I told her, I said, well, what if Paul McCartney rolls up and calls me like I've been waiting for my whole life, and we wanted to have kids? What would the process be? It would be possible, but it would be really expensive and really invasive and really, it's a massive procedure. So it's still possible, but I haven't had a period of 7 years, which is great because I save money on tampons and stuff, and I don't get migraines.
Right on. Yeah, Marty actually is 26. She's just got like 20 years experience at being 26.
That's a good one, actually. That's a pretty good one. What took the 2 cats? You're too young. No, it is.
She's
it's
like
only
a time
2.
traveler.
It's only 2. If I had like 12, then you can say that. Anything more than like 3, you're automatically crazy cat lady, and I'm probably gonna end up that way, which is fine. I don't care. But I did hear something about Bree's OnlyFans, so that's why I had to pop in. Because you can't say Bree has OnlyFans and not hook me up with the thing. Bree, can't do that. Bro, that's mean.
We'll have to see what I can. Someone can drop a link to that in the side chat. I have no shame in that.
Girl,
Well, if you're going to do it and it's for money, you got to promote it. You can't just keep it a secret.
What do I do for work? The freak. I work with dogs.
It doesn't have to be associated with me though.
Yeah, no.
With my
don't, but, you know.
Completely different side of my life though. Anyway, moving on.
I didn't mean to embarrass you, sweetheart. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Yeah. It's mostly just be playing with spiders and.
Oh, the hell no! I love you, but I don't do spiders.
Marty, in the time you've known me, is there anything that you think is especially crazy? I mean, like better than average, my crazy?
Better than average.
You don't like to be called crazy, Richard.
Yeah, but Marty's a friend. She's my sister. I don't care.
Yeah, we're good. Geez, I don't know. I mean, you know how I feel about Christianity, like
same as me.
That's why I don't call you a Christian. I call you a believer, because for me to call you a Christian, I think that's an insult to you. So I don't. That's why I don't call you that. It is. It's an insult to Richard. Have you ever hung out with most Christians? They're assholes. So that's why I don't associate Christianity with Richard, because Richard's not an asshole.
Yeah, watch this, guys. I just want to show you how long Marty and I have known each other, and how I've explained some of these words from the text and how I perceive them and how I think they should be perceived. I can literally look at Marty and say, Marty, I mean to slay you because you are a witch. And that's not offensive.
Because I know what his interpretation of that is. Sammy, what happened? Where'd you go? There you are. Because I know what he means by that. Whereas, where the Bible says, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. It's not that he's trying to convert me so much. He's not trying to convert me. It's more of like a, I don't know, Richard, what do you call it? Like a sharing.
I want to introduce ideas that make sense in reality.
Yeah,
that's all.
Sharing of ideas of what Richard's interpretation is. I'm not a fan of the Bible per se. Richard's aware of that. We've discussed this stuff at length, which now that my mental health issues are getting resolved, Richard, I am going to send you an email, because that's why I dropped off the planet.
It'd be a privilege anytime.
I was having some mental health problems, but no, Kira, mommy's busy. But yeah, his interpretation of a lot of the Bible actually. If I was to go with the I'm going to use a general term, Christianity or Bible study, I would especially in everyone's DMs. Damn it, Matt Pig. It's I would talk to Richard about it, because he's not he's not going to try and change me because I'm bisexual. He's not going to try and convert me because I'm practice witchcraft. He's aware of all the stuff that I do, and he's actually accepting of me as a person, rather than like if I was to sit down with, like, you know, not that's what ever happened, but like Jill, because Jill doesn't talk to women. You know what I mean? Like, those are the ones that are Christians, and those are people I don't like. So, except now.
Which, funny thing, I'm not actually changing my view to suit Marty. And so that I can, like, trick Marty into eventually becoming indoctrinated in my crap. It's not about that. It's about the larger society of space heaven being accepting of what we actually are, and that being okay. And that none of us are gonna have a reason to reject it. I don't really care how much someone goes, I don't like Christianity. Well, I don't know what that's got to do with heaven. Or I'm not really a Wotanist. Well, yeah, that's great, but I don't know how much that has to do with heaven.
Richard, can I just get this straight? So you don't believe in God, right? I just want to clarify.
He doesn't believe in no version of God. He doesn't believe in Christianity.
Okay, but the common definition of God, you don't believe in God.
No,
correct?
He doesn't. There's no God with any personage.
Okay. But I can't call
His
you...
God is just he labels the group of concepts that he thinks humankind should live by as God.
So does the Bible, by the way.
But there is I don't know, would you call it a race, Richard? A race, or would you call them a species? The angelic beings that you talk about that are...
It's just fully evolved human, Bree.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, they have the same DNA as us, which is prevalent, I
Right.
guess, in the notion that they can breed with Earth women.
Yeah, you notice that too in the text. You know, the way species work is if you're not real close to the same critter, you can't have babies.
Yeah, they'd have to have similar genetics.
Yeah, there was a movie a few years. It was a documentary called Earth Girls Are Easy. It explains how this all happened.
It's a documentary. I've seen that.
I think that Flintstones is a documentary. If you really listen to what, like, Kent Hovind says, he's
Kent
looking at
Hovind.
the Flintstones like it's a fucking documentary, and I'm like, oh, for the love of the gods, it's not. They didn't take Flintstones. They didn't have a camera and record this and put this in real time and make a documentary out of it. For fuck's sake, it's a cartoon.
You know, Marty, there is actually one of those, I'm not sure it's Dinosaur Adventureland, but it's one of those Christian things, those, you know, vacation spots or whatever. They actually have like a life-sized baby Triceratops. That probably goes about 5. And they got a saddle on it. I'm not kidding you.
The Ark Encounter.
Is it that Ark Encounter?
Yes, because I've seen photos and I laughed my ass off. And when I was with my ex-husband, who thinks Christianity is bullshit, I'm like, we have to go to this fucking thing. And he's like, okay, let's go. Which
I want to ride it. I want to so bad.
I just don't want to give him my money. That's the only problem.
I know, right? I've always wanted to get a group together.
You live in Georgia, Bree, don't you?
What's that?
You live in Georgia, right?
Me? No, I live in Illinois.
Oh, I don't know why I thought you were in Georgia.
Bree, it's going to be disappointing. You might as well just go to a country bar and get on a mechanical bull. That would be better.
Well, I would think it would be fun to get a group of people together and just go through the Ark Encounter as a group of skeptics.
It might be.
Yeah, right?
I mean, there are so many problems with the Ark Encounter, like the idea of 2 animals of each kind. That is literally not what the text says. Like, how could you possibly divide 7 by 2 and get all live animals? No. You'd have 3.5 females and 3.5 males. You got a dead animal there. In fact, you got 2 halves of 2 different dead animals is what you got.
Well, some species would be all right. Some
don't think it says.
Some of the really small, simple stuff would be fine when you cut it in half. Yeah, so definitionally it has to be a male and it's female too is a multiplication problem. Like a male and his female 7 is 14. Well, what are you going to do? Could you fit 14 of every, I don't know, just cloven hoof, just bovinidae on the ark by its description, by Ken Ham's ark? Could you get even the bovine on there? That's insane.
I don't think you could get the Beatles on there.
Probably not.
As long as we get Paul McCartney and the late George Harrison on there, I'm good. Not that I don't like the rest of the Beatles, but you know.
Well,
but they're the sexy ones. I get it. I get
it. The DNA anyway. You can put it into the machine, right? Just pop it in there. Into the machine in the Heaven spaceship. We can get the Beatles.
Oh, can we bring George Harrison and Neil Peart back to life? That would be great. Neil Peart passed 3 years ago today. Rest his soul.
I know I'm so predictable, but there's a few people I look forward to meeting.
Who is it?
I want to sit down with Einstein. I want to sit down with Marilyn Monroe. You know, I want to sit down with the philosophers like Plato. I think that'd be so cool.
They're going to be on this spaceship. They're going to be on this spaceship.
They'll be restored to heaven or on the spaceship heaven. Yeah. I don't see why they won't eventually be.
Do you think there'd be a line to talk to Einstein, though? I mean, really.
What's that?
Who wouldn't want to talk to Einstein? I'm wondering if there's going to be
Yeah, there'll probably a big line. Maybe I'll have to wait like 10,000 years to get to the front of the line, but I think it'd be worth it.
I want to talk to David Bowie. What, Bree?
What's that, Marty?
No,
Say it, Marty.
No, I cut Bree off for a second.
I cut you off. I was just saying I think there'd be plenty to do in the meantime, but you go ahead, sweetie.
I was going to say, I want to talk to David Bowie and give him shit for passing away, because everything started to suck after Bowie died. You notice that?
Yeah, he was holding it all together.
And
Never
he
thought about
was.
it. I think you're right.
Everything started to suck after Bowie died. Yes, he held it. Yes, he held all that power, all the whole universe in his hand, and that crystal. When he passed away, the crystal fell and crashed, and everything went to shit.
We're in the this variant. We're in one of these shards. Let's jump to another one.
I mean, if we were in that party, that masquerade party, that would be cool, but we're not. So.
Plus, I like Muppets. I can live in a world full of Muppets. I'm
down with Muppets, man. Fucking Muppets rule. And we can be kings and queens of Goblin Land. That would be dope.
Yeah, you should share that idea with Richard.
Hey, have you ever seen Labyrinth, P-Town?
I have. It's a crazy, amazing film.
Such a good movie.
Jim Henson, some of his best work. Yeah.
You think if you've seen it, you'd know. I'm going to say David Bowie, full frontal. If you know what I'm talking about, if you've seen the movie.
But can you stand on your head? That's my question.
Yeah.
I love crazy sci-fi movies.
It's not a sci-fi movie. It's
well,
fantasy.
It could be
high fantasy movie, I would call it.
Yeah.
One of my favorite high fantasy movies that is so underrated, I think, and it's not a great critically acclaimed movie. Lady Hawk.
Lady Hawk with
what's that?
Michelle Pfeiffer's in that.
Yes, with Rutger Hauer, a real young Matthew Broderick.
He turns into somebody's a sorcerer, and he turns into a wolf when it's night, and she turns into a hawk during the day. So
they were cursed by a priest who was in love with her, and he cursed them. So she can only be, during the day, she's a hawk, and at night he's a wolf, because hawks and wolves mate for life, and he didn't make them the same species, and the curse is obviously broken at the end of the movie, but it's so good. It's like the epitome, it's like the quintessential 80s, with that sweeping keyboard fantasy music. That's one of my all-time favorites.
It's hard to get more romantic than Unrequited Love Finally Realized.
Well, they were in love with each other, the wolf and the girl. The priest was a real butthead, obviously, and she didn't love him.
Was he Catholic?
Matthew Broderick's like a sorcerer or something, isn't he?
No, he's a little thief.
He's a thief.
Matt Pig, get on camera. I'm on camera.
I'm on camera.
And so is Bree. You got two hot chicks on camera. There's Sammy. Hey,
there's Sammy.
How are you doing?
Sammy's tongue. Hello.
Right. Sammy's so hottie. I'm just saying, if he didn't live on in the land of Nope, then I would go to visit Sammy. But he lives in the land of nope, with spiders that are bigger than my head.
Chat me up in private chat for 45 minutes, and the moment Sammy comes on the screen, it's just curb, Robbie. Just curb to us.
I told you get on camera, didn't I?
Marty, if we're gonna if we're gonna be in high fantasy, I'm gonna live in a giant spider web. Are you not gonna come see me?
Well, you have to tell your spiders that we're friends.
Yeah. You like what's the movie where they turn the hourglass over and it makes the spiders stop walking? It's a big Black Widow, but it's white.
I don't know. That sounds cool though.
It's 80s. It's an 80s movie.
I can look at spiders on TV, but I can't look at spiders in real life. No. Nope. See if you stay on camera, Math Pig. Then you know.
Gerd just turned up in the chat, so I have to change the name. Hold on.
It's so funny to me, Marty, because you work with semi-distressed dogs, and you're scared of spiders?
Yeah. You ever see a spider? They're horrible. No,
I've never seen a spider like take down a man. But I've seen a dog do that.
I just got bit a couple weeks ago by one of our rescues, but I mean, other than that, dogs are great. I'll deal with dogs all day. Spiders, nah.
I don't understand your rationale, but Marty, you're tough in different ways.
They need help with the puppies. And
I can't get past the fact that they're wearing what we would call over here a culture top. Like, if you have a pair of denim jeans on and you want to dance like this into a nightclub, you are just the epitome of like a 17-year-old farmer boy from Northern Ireland. This checkered top is just screaming, I grew up in the country and I don't know, I'm scared of ladies and stuff. It's very funny. It's very funny. It's a weird, it's a cultural thing, but it's very funny.
So you wouldn't like our solution, Marty, for dealing with spiders is to keep different spiders around.
That's a no. And these have those crabs in there that can crush coconuts, right? Don't you have those crabs?
No, that's not Australia.
Oh,
we don't have the crabs.
And speaking of spiders, I'm going to feed my spiders while you guys are with me.
Okay, well, as long as you do it over there. Yeah, that's the land of nope. Isn't there like a spider season in Australia? Like there's a whole season specifically for spiders?
I haven't seen Kazoon.
Do you mean, well, that's just the whole year round.
Oh, okay. Isn't there a thing where like there's like a specific time of the year where trees are literally covered in webs just a certain time of year? Is that all the time?
That's pretty well year round.
Yeah, no, not going to Australia. No, I heard Australia's beautiful, but I'll see like pictures on TV or something. I don't know if I can hang with that. I don't think I can. That's plus that's like a 2-week flight, and I don't like planes because I'm afraid of heights.
Yeah, they lost my luggage in the fucking way home along with 3 other people. Everybody who did a transfer or a changeover in Philadelphia to get to Ireland, they lost all their luggage. I lost all my sweeties for Elena. I lost it. Like, she likes pepperami. It's like a wee meat stick sort of thing. It's about this size. I got a giant Slim Jims, all of this sort of stuff. Yeah, I would say.
The thing I've never understood about lost luggage, though, is it's not lost. They can't. It's not like they lose a whole fucking flight worth of luggage.
Like the plane just vanishes in that.
Well, the 4 people that were there, including myself, all did transfers in Philadelphia. And one of the ladies that I was talking to more in depth after like using the same machine and stuff, she had an air tag in her bag. And the bag was still in Philadelphia, which is where we did the changeover. It never made it to the plane. I blame Marty. I should not have went and hung out with Marty. I should have went to baggage check because they probably took my bag off the fucking baggage check. Did that thing.
What? Why am I getting blamed for stuff? Why were you timed out by
Marty. No, Marty. As in Christopher Marty.
Mountie. I was like,
yes,
did you say Marty? I'm like, what are you talking
flew
about?
into Philadelphia and had 9 hours, 8 hours, 40 minutes or whatever of a layover in Philadelphia. So I went in.
Girl! I know you like bugs and all, but for fuck's sake. You got any other non-spidery bugs? Nope. She goes, nope.
Have you any glue sticks left? Do you want to show everybody the glue stick challenge?
Oh my god. You got timed out. You were timed out by KCA Randy, Matthew. Why? In the chat. Did you not notice that?
Pardon?
You got time. It says Math Pig was timed out by KCA Randy for 300 seconds in the side chat.
No, don't see that.
I'm looking not in this side chat, in the actual streams on YouTube side chat.
Oh no! 4 screens. I haven't.
You don't see it? Oh. Went under rage saying, thanks, Pat. It seems you were timed out. Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, I love
that's the radio voice if I ever heard one.
Really good, your mic.
And the movie you were trying to think of earlier was Krull.
Oh God, I haven't seen Krull in a million fucking years.
Yes, with the giant tarantula, or not tarantula, it's a giant black.
The giant spider, whatever it was, yeah.
I haven't seen that movie.
The Widow of the Web.
Oh, he timed you up by accident because the phone was in his pocket.
Yeah. Even if it happened, I wouldn't even hold any malice towards Randy.
No, I know. I was like, why is he timed out?
Randy had jumped in the car. Randy was ready to drive the 3 hours to come. How far are you from St. Louis, Marty?
From St. Louis? I live in Georgia, so.
So you're about what, 6 hours?
Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah. I was in St. Louis and got to hug Bree and was in. I spent Christmas and New Year's in St. Louis, so that was good. But we get together. I met Tug. And a few
nice.
It was good. Just wondering if you were close.
Yeah, not that. I'm close by Gur, I think, though, and I think I only live like 30 minutes from Surus, and I live about 45 minutes from Ocean. So get down.
It's a pagan sort of country.
Get down and boogie.
Yeah, that was Merlin. And I told Merlin to get down.
I did not know Georgia was so pagan.
It's really not, you know what I mean? I had to kind of hide it for a minute, but now it's like I don't give a fuck. I think I think Puff was in Georgia for a minute. I think he moved. But yeah, I'm not that far. I'm not that far from. I think Gur lives. He doesn't. I don't know where he lives. I just know he lives in Georgia. He's like, I'm not going to dox myself. I'm like, let's just ask you what county you're in.
More or less than 45 from Atlanta.
I'm about 30 minutes south of the city.
Yeah, I know where you are.
Yeah, it's not terrible. It's a huge pain in the ass to get into Atlanta from where I am because public transport. We don't really have public transport in Georgia, like in general. Yeah. So you have to drive to the MARTA station, which is pretty much halfway. It's more than halfway into the. Just go straight into the city. Like it's just a pain in the ass. And parking is a pain in the ass, and Atlanta's a pain in the ass. I only really go to Atlanta for Dragon Con, that's it. Which, by the way, if you're a big nerd, Math Peg, you should come out for Dragon Con.
Oh, what?
Dragon Con? I have not been to the Georgia Guidestones, but I think I have an idea of where they are. I think they're in Stone Mountain, which is about 45 minutes from me. Dragon Con, it's a convention for like nerds and shit. Like video gamers, Star Wars, Star Trek, blah, blah, blah. Don't even think about climbing on the desk.
See, my job.
Not DragCon.
Dragon. I would love to go to DragCon. If RuPaul brought it here, I'd be there in a fucking second. So she better get on her ass and bring some drag queens down here.
If I could just say a wee congrats with Noel Plum giving you a plug and all the rest of it. Was it 2 or 3 weeks ago? Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
No, not even that. There's a reason for it. I really appreciate your stance on it and the way you put it across. You articulate yourself very, very well. I think the mic helps. but you articulate yourself very, very well, and yeah, no,
Well, right on. Thanks.
A lot of respect, man.
You kind of sound like Seth Andrews. Anybody ever tell you that?
Who?
You kind of sound like Seth Andrews a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Which is fucking great. So.
All right. Right on.
You ever heard Seth Andrews speak?
I'm trying to remember what he sounds like.
The Thinking Atheist.
Yeah, the Thinking Atheist. Hangs out with Arn Ra and Matt Dillahunty. He's part of the Unholy Trilogy. Yeah, go on YouTube and.
Yeah, you probably do and have seen of them, Kazoo.
Yeah, I probably have.
Yeah.
Are there fireflies in Georgia? Not too many that I've seen.
I seen it was yesterday you released a new video. I haven't got a chance just to watch your new video release there, but yeah.
Oh, no worries.
If anyone hasn't subbed to Consume, definitely should go and watch Consume.
Right on.
Does his own thing, says how it is, and yeah. Also, I think you used to love heavy metal. Look back at his channel, loads of heavy metal video.
Hey, not. Do you want me to call you?
So
we'll let you know.
Hello.
Call me.
Well, every time he fucks up or he doesn't unmute himself, he'll just be talking and we can't hear him. So I call him and let him know his mute button.
By the way, Buddy, I don't know if you noticed, but I think the Georgia Guidestones were actually torn down a while ago.
Yeah, but I know where it is. I live. It's in Stone Mountain, and I live about 30 to 45 minutes away from Stone Mountain.
And you mentioned that, Marty, and I was completely muted to the audience. You guys could hear me, but yeah, I didn't push that other mute button. So.
Stone Mountain, if that's the thing I'm thinking of, with the guys and horses carved into the side of a.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah. That's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, it's the. I think that's. If I'm not. Don't quote me on this because I don't know if I'm correct. I think that's Robert Shaw and the whatever his platoon was from that movie Glory. I think that's who that is. If I could be wrong, but I think that's who that is.
Let's not mix up Stone Mountain and the Georgia Guidestones. Those are
no. Stone Mountain is in Stone Mountain. There's a carving of
that's the guys on the horses and stuff. The guys are like instructions on.
Yeah, but it's in the same like Stone Mountain. It's called, but Stone Mountain's pretty like. My biological mother lives in Stone Mountain, so like it's like not just a mountain; it's like a town, but it's pretty big. So there's mountain, and then there's But I could be wrong if that. But I think that's who that carving is of. Trying to read what Stephanie just put.
Bree, question.
Okay, Johnny Spider on screen.
Can I ask Bree a question?
Yeah.
How does the spider and the praying mantis, the dancing, how do they interact with each other? Could you sit there with one hand, say a spider, and the other, like with the praying mantis, making it do the dance thing? Do they interact well, or would one try to kill the other?
With the praying mantis, I need a hand to make it dance. You gotta it's visual.
Yeah, you put it on your mic sometimes.
So I couldn't do that with the tarantula in this hand. It would have had the mantis on a mic. I could do that.
Yeah. So if you had the mantis on a mic and you were doing this with the mantis and you had a spider over here, they wouldn't try and kill each other. That's what I'm trying.
Probably not. The environment would be too stimulating for them to even probably notice each other.
If they were in a box beside each other and nothing else, totally silent room, like, are they natural predators? I think that's the question I'm looking for. Would they naturally interact or would they attack each other?
Yeah, they could. They would both ambush each other. They'd both be willing to.
Who would win?
eat the other one if they got a chance to ambush it. Absolutely. It's whoever struck first would probably win. But the size of the animal is going to come into play too. So a lot of factors to consider there. It's like a baby praying mantis is not going to be seen as prey probably to most tarantulas, but a baby tarantula would definitely be prey to a mantis. So
I don't know if it was you that posted it, or I saw like a red praying mantis on Twitter the other day. I forget the name of it, but it was
was it a
creepy.
devil's flower mantis?
Probably. I don't know. It's a
Manto de Diabolica.
Ooh,
I mean, I could look. I think I liked it.
that's pretty hot.
Like that name?
See, I'm cool with the mantises. Or manti. Mantises?
They don't have any venom. They're just little friends. They eat mosquitoes too. So
Nice.
I think we need to normalize replacing mosquito repellents with just covering ourselves with a thin layer of baby praying mantises.
Cool.
We wouldn't have any mosquito issues at all.
Nice. Fuck those guys. Or bats. We can put bats. Bats are dope.
Nice.
I really want to build,
around you.
Yep.
I really love to build an elaborate ant farm indoor with lights and stuff and all like that. There,
That would be neat.
Yeah, like I have an area just here which is perfect. It's like 4 foot across, maybe 1.5 foot deep. It would be perfect and it's a concrete wall, like not concrete, sorry, a brick wall. It would be great just to put up a piece there. We have free perspex at work. We have lots of what we refer to as sight tubes, up to 1.5 meters long. Big long plastic tubes where you can see them walking and stuff.
Neat.
Yeah, I think
that would be like gigantic, like a city, like an ant city. I think that would be dope.
Yeah, I think that as fireplaces are going out of style now. And it's not going out of style. I have a fireplace. I fucking love my fireplace.
Fucking love fireplaces.
But they used to be the center point of a room. Fireplaces are now being replaced with something to look at with a TV above it. So it's social media and that and all the rest. That's your family gathers. What he is looking at. Some shit where nobody talks. If nobody's talking, you're on your phone. I feel like a focal point of the main room where everyone should gather is kitchen for food and talking, living room for gathering and conversations.
Do you think? Go ahead. Finish up. Sorry.
Well, no, I was trying to make a joke by saying don't put a TV in the bedroom, ruins all sex. That's.
Do you think that when the AI machines take over, they'll keep human farms, like we keep ant farms?
No, I've been making.
Yeah, of course they are.
ChatGPT. I think it was Marty's wife actually joked when we were talking about it because I referred to him as my really smart friend that never sleeps.
I used to be like that. I used to sleep 4 hours a night. Now if I don't sleep at least 7, I'm fucked.
Man, yeah.
I need more hours of sleep than I actually get. Well, I'm still trying to make where I sleep a little bit more comfortable. But I'm woken up every day at 6:30 Monday through Friday because that's when we open. So I hear all the dogs start barking when the morning staff comes in, and it's like, ugh. But I finally got earplugs, so that's a little helpful.
My main problem that has been pointed out to me is I have a weekly sleep schedule. I don't have a daily sleep schedule, and I think that
weekly sleep schedule.
Yes, like there's a designated amount of hours that you're supposed to get every day. You add them all up, that's what you get per week, and I match that. But I don't get that evenly per days. Like there's days you won't get me because I just fucking sleep 12.
Gotcha.
And then there's other days where I sleep 20 minutes.
I would love to sleep for 12 hours, just pass out for 12 hours straight. That just sounds great.
I have to say that I think that Richard got off really fucking easy from all of you fuckers. Like, Pat's the only one that really went hard at Richard.
I love Richard. I'm not gonna. I
do too. I love him too. But like, I was really waiting for P-Town to like tell us why Richard was like a heretic and shit, and he didn't.
I will give Richard abuse on fucking Tuesday. Just give me time. Right?
Well,
yeah, he's got his day.
I love Richard. You know, I get along with Richard. I don't really find his beliefs harmful, but like I just I think that. You know, I was hoping somebody would really come in.
I just didn't want to dogpile him. Was the thing. I could have went on about some of the biology stuff if you really wanted me to.
Well, I've got a topic for you guys. I've got a
Doc, if I could just say it, change the title of the stream and fucking tag Jay Bundy in the title of the stream. Refresh it, motherfucker. In 2 minutes.
Well, I was kind of kidding. But like I do have a topic before we go back to Richard. If you want to talk that biology stuff, because this has really bothered me all fucking day. All right, I don't know if you know of the Damlin, what's his last name, but this football player on Monday night.
Oh yeah.
He got really, really injured. He took a shot to I think the chest, and his heart stopped on the field, right? And he went to the emergency room, and he's been in critical condition. I'm trying to find it. Damar Hamlin, and you know, like, because I'm gonna catch shit from this if anybody really catches it, because it's been, and I understand like the love, like, you know, it was a freaky thing that happened on the field, and it freaked everybody out. But like today, all day, or not all day, but leading up to the Chiefs Raiders game today. And pretty much on ESPN ever since he's kind of come around, like they understand he's probably going to make it at this point. That it's been all like the power of prayer, and this is proof that prayer works. And it was, I have to say, like I stopped watching the game. Like I was just like, I'm kind of good with this like power of prayer bullshit. I want to watch football. And like, what do you guys think about that? Because it seems like they latch on to like prayer works when it's like some miraculous recovery like that wouldn't have happened without medical science. But they never really talk about it when prayer doesn't work. You know? Yeah, go ahead, Richard.
Hey, I'd love to go first on that one. Peace and respect, Kazum. How are you? Good to see you around. Shill your stuff, man. You're amazing. Okay, so here's the problem that I see within the story of the Bible in prayer. We're here, and it's inconvenient and hard, and folks die, and that's part of the plan. To ask for an intervention is to say that the plan is flawed. Why Christians ask for an intervention, I have no idea.
Yeah. That's what I've always asked. I've always asked Christians, like, your mom gets cancer and everything is God's will. Your mom gets cancer, but you're praying to God for her to be healed. Well, you're praying against God's will, so there's a reason your mom has cancer. God wanted her to have cancer, so why are you praying for her? Because this is exactly what he wanted. Like, I never understood that.
Not to mention that it's all, if God's aware of it all, it's all predetermined anyway, and your prayer ain't going to do shit.
Well,
he already knew you were going to say that prayer.
Yes. And well, that's what Calvinists think. So I guess that's you think that if you're a Calvinist, like Matt Slick, he's a Calvinist, so everything is already predetermined. But like when you pray, when something bad happens, and you pray to God to solve whatever bad thing is happening, you're praying against what your God wants to happen. You're going to say everything is God's will, or God is good all the time. Well, you know, my kid has lung cancer and she's 10. Well, your God's not all that good, is he? I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
No, you go
ahead. We had a similar thing in Australia with a cricketer. Somehow the ball got through his mask or something, and it took him out, and they rushed him off to hospital, and it was all you've seen for 2 days was prayers. Everyone's praying for him, and he died.
That's what
So
God wanted to happen.
the prayer thing disappeared real quick, and no one said anything. And those who did said exactly that. God wanted him.
Yeah.
Here's one that really kills me. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rage.
Well, I was just going to say, yeah, like there's several instances, like, you know, I can remember when Dale Earnhardt Sr. died. It was this really basic wreck, and you know, like he was put in the ambulance, taken off, and people are praying for Dale Earnhardt Sr. Like, no way God's going to take, you know, this great legend because he can drive a car really fast. I never really got it, but whatever. But, like, yeah, and he just fucking died, and it didn't even really look like a bad accident, right? Like, you know, like, thoughts and prayers after every school massacre, and nothing ever happens. The problem only gets worse. It's like, what, God cares more about a fucking football player than our children going to school? Like, it made me sick to my stomach watching that. Like, I felt like, you know, like how really, like, bigoted right-wingers must feel when they watch a basketball game and they have, like, Black Lives Matter or something, you know? Like, I was like, damn it, I want to watch football, you know? I don't know.
Bye, Math Pig. Do you want to hear the worst one ever? I think this is the absolute worst one. People dying in car accidents and diseases and starving to death. Huge fire happens somewhere. God rescued a Bible.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Tornadoes sweep through this whole entire neighborhood and destroy everybody's house, but there's one Bible that's still intact. Are you fucking kidding me?
My pet peeve is doctor does 23-hour surgery, world breaking, never done this before, saves this man lives. Everyone thanks God.
Now, as a pagan, I have deities. First thing wait till I slip into my DMs. I fucking love Matt Pig. X amount of years ago, my mom had this was her second open heart surgery, but she had to have another surgery before that. And when the docs came out and said, yeah, she's doing good, blah, 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 my first thing was, thanks, doc. And then I went home and thanked my deities because the doc did all the work. And then I went home to thank my deities for, you know, strength and blah, 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 blah for my mom. But I always, as somebody who has a pantheon of gods, I always think the doc first. Always.
Yeah, well, and that's the other thing about this, you know, because, yeah, and I don't want to, it was horrific, and you know, as, like, I played football, like, you know, when I saw it, I was like, you know, shit, that could have happened to me easily. Like, just, that's all it takes is getting hit in the right way. And, like, dude died twice. So I'm not trying to take nothing away from that. He died on the field. They resuscitated him. He died when he got back to the hospital, and they resuscitated him again. So I don't want to take away nothing from that. But, like, dude is living because the doctors busted their asses and have been probably working around the clock to keep him alive. Like, but they say it's like this miraculous supernatural thing, like God saved him. No, like, why don't you give credit to the actual fucking doctors? Like, you show the little clips about, you know, showing them talking about how, you know, he survived the game of life because he woke up and he wrote down, did we win the game? Which is what a football player would do. Like, it's not miraculous. It's medical science. Like, give credit where it's due and stop with the bullshit, you know?
And let's ignore the 5 million, is it, I think? Or no, 2 million that died before the age of 5 each year. That's what it is. From simple starvation or lack of hygiene. Let's ignore that part.
Right.
You know, that God doesn't give a shit about that, but he found your car keys, or he helped you win the game, or, you know, cleared your mum's cataracts.
Yeah, or that one Bible in a natural disaster. Or there was a car wreck. I remember reading one thing. There was a car wreck. I think the driver died. It was like a Jeep or something like that. And the Bible survived. And the lady was like, my sister died in this car accident. But the Bible, so God was working with this because this Bible didn't. Like, your fucking sister died. Don't worry about the fucking Bible. You can buy that bitch in Walmart. Like, are you kidding me? Like, come on now. Focus on what's important. Your sister's dead. That should be more important than the fucking Bible. They're not like a special, you know, it's not like something you have to get on the fucking dark web. Like you can go. I live in Georgia, so they're everywhere. But you can buy them anywhere. So let's relax. Yeah. Exactly what Maynard said was saying. God saved the millionaire football player, while 4,000 children on average died today due to unpalatable water. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it drives me nuts. I think about how the right wing mocked Obama after Sandy Hook, and just they mocked him because he cried because children were fucking torn to pieces by a gun. And all these thoughts and prayers every time, and it's like fucking prayers don't do shit. Political action does, and it's remarkable that this football player recovered from his injury, but that's medical science. We can do remarkable things now because of science, not any God. There's not a God involved there, and it just drives me insane. It puts me in my raging atheist mood.
Rage, that statement makes me want to put on my modern, reasonable Christian hat, but still uber religious Christian hat, and say something like, God then created the series of events that would lead to medicine and the doctor being able to save the.
Yes, and I was going to say that, but then why did he bother with making us fucking sick in the first place? We wouldn't need the doctors. So
saving that
frustrates
catalyst to funding to 4,000 kids a new well. Not really, DeFreak, because I'm going to say this, and I think this has been brought up numerous times. If you are a tri-omni deity and you have the power and the ability to stop things like famine, earth, decimating diseases, and stuff like that, and you just don't, then you either don't exist or you don't care. And either way, that just, then you're just too shitty to do anything.
Where I think the actual case, peace and respect, Jason Torn. Jason will come at me. I think the actual case is, in order to have a utopian society, there's some percentage living there that have to understand suffering in a very personal and real way. It can't be theoretical suffering. And because of that, what's provided is a small percentage of us before we ascend to Heaven Space Fleet, that we're allowed, privileged, to seeing infants die of cancer. I know that sounds horrible.
Does evil exist in the world? Is there evil, Richard?
Okay, I don't think there is ultimate evil. I think there's evil for a species. That is, that which harms that species is evil to that species. That's what I think.
So, like you were saying, like a kid dying of cancer, or like genocide, like in your religious view, is that evil?
Bears.
Are those evil acts? Like, does
I think
God allow evil?
Well, God allows evil in the sense that we see these things right now as evil, if that's what you mean.
Well, is God always watching us, like, Richard?
Well, that's going to be another topic. I don't think Jason was really done.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
God said bears after you, though.
Well, I'm just running it's a form of the logical problem of evil argument.
Sure, go ahead.
Are we assuming Richard's definition of God, though? I think that's very important.
Yeah, it might
be. Are you a Christian? You're a Christian, aren't you?
Yeah, because God might be a bear to him too.
Probably not in the classical sense of how you define Christian.
He's not like the Christians. You know what I mean? Like a Jill or like a Smokey. Well, Smokey's not.
He's not a classical theist.
Right. He's not like that.
Do you believe that God has personally engages in the world?
Okay, I believe that the text of the Bible and other places are describing God as a set of immaterial ideals for running a society. Like, we could say something like the Constitution and Bill of Rights, something like that, okay? And that there are living beings who live under that law, and they act on reality. So when you're saying God, actually I would say the actor is the Father, not God. Okay, so that's the first thing. And he's some kind of high angel. That's his position in that society. And does he allow for evil? Yeah, this whole place is designed to kill us off. And we're supposed to have a limited lifespan here. And that seems very evil from our point of view right now.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand like your God concept, but so I appreciate you telling me that. But so it sounds like the God that there. I mean, I couldn't quite understand if you think God personally gets engaged in the world, or if you have like a deist view where like God created the world and then just stands back and lets shit happen. Like, is God personally engaged in the world?
I think the Fermi paradox is the same thing as divine hiddenness, if that helps.
Okay.
That they are literal beings who don't live here and they hide themselves on purpose from us for some limited time. That's why we don't see them, is because they're avoiding us on purpose. They know where we are.
Okay.
And that a set of ideas does not have personage. It has being, like there is an actual piece of paper, the Constitution of the United States. That's a real thing. And it even makes demands and commands, and it actually gives rewards as well. But it would never have a personality or be able to interact by itself with reality.
Is God a mind? Is God a mind?
No.
He's not.
God has no mind, as far as I can tell.
Okay. So then it seems like that you don't believe in like the traditional, like as an example, a triomni God, like a God that is omnipotent, omnipresent. Like he's all knowing.
Those are logically defeating.
Well,
those are logically self-defeating. They can't be maintained.
Okay,
and not claimed in the Bible.
Okay, I mean there are obviously a lot of Christians who do take that position of a triomni God. That's a traditional Christian view.
You're right.
Yeah,
you're right. But I don't think it can be held from within the text that they say is their foundational belief. I mean, in fact, their church is their foundational belief, not the Bible.
I will since you don't believe that, then the argument that I have probably won't work on your position. But but somebody who believes in a triomni God, they believe that they're all knowing, all powerful, omnibenevolent, all good, all loving. And they believe that God allows for evil in the world. Those are contradictory statements. So that would be that God is a contradiction. There's a logical contradiction in the existence of that type of God. So
unless,
but if you don't believe that, then I understand.
No, I do believe that the Yahweh is perfect and good all the time, and I do believe there is suffering in this world. People suffer. Okay.
So how do you reconcile that?
Because his Yahweh isn't the God of the whole universe.
Well, that's the first problem that Christians hold. But more directly even than that, and thank you for that, Sammy. Let's say I don't know how much you like stories. Let me give it to you in a statement first, and then I'll make an example if you still want me to. I think it's evident in our human nature that we as humans, in order to benefit or maintain our own species, are willing to suffer for others' benefit. For instance, childbirth. I hear it's not pleasant. I've not done it, but I hear it's kind of tough. Yet people will keep doing it and keep doing it, even on purpose when they have a choice. So it seems that we are willing to make sacrifices of personal self if it's short-term enough for a long-term benefit. If it's true, the claim that we will all be restored to heaven and never have to worry about physical death again, and never have to worry about physical health again, then any amount of suffering here could be justified if that person is going to be restored. When you think of it as like
killing myself.
An indexical issue where I were restored and all my physical flesh were restored to heaven, but I died like 100 years before heaven's arrival. But I'm restored to heaven later, and they put me back in me, so to speak. They put on me all my memories and experiences. Would I even look at the old me on an earth as the same me? Well, now it's kind of once removed. So if I'm okay physically in the moment, and I look back at that life, it would be like watching a movie, kind of. It would be kind of, I don't know, not as personal, and I wouldn't have minded the suffering in that situation.
Okay, well, here's my position, and you may disagree with the positions, but if God is all powerful,
yeah,
and he can, he has unlimited power, he has maximal power, and he is all good, then if you're going to say that evil does exist in the world,
sure,
then there's a problem there, because if God is all good and he's allowing evil, but he is all powerful, meaning that he could do whatever he needed to do to make an outcome occur without the evil, then there's a contradiction there. Either he can't make those changes, or he's not all good. And so there's a problem there in that respect. And some people make an argument, well, God does things for a greater good. He allows evil for a greater good to occur. But in that respect, you could say, well, God could make the good happen without the evil. He doesn't need to have like a bad thing lead to a good thing. He could just make the good thing happen. He doesn't have to make the bad thing happen if he's all powerful.
In fact, I think the argument can be even stronger than that, because if heaven is perfect and heaven was always available, and yet heaven is withheld from us, then you can say there's unnecessary suffering, can't you? I mean, it's worse than just the suffering that is. There never needed to be that suffering, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Except one small problem. If we maintain our human nature into the ascension into space heaven, and some amount of us, I'm trying to comply with Math Pig, I'm going to call it space heaven from now on.
All right.
Because they're describing spaceships. But if we maintain our humanity into that, I think the experiment, the mental experiment of, hey, this is what suffering would look like, just isn't good enough. And some small percentage of us need to have actually suffered, which is why I say we will be in heaven privileged to have had a broken leg or died of cancer or whatever.
Okay, you lost me on the space heaven thing, but that's okay. I'm not into all the aliens and the space heaven stuff. I mean, which is fine. You can have whatever belief you want.
I'm saying it's necessary in the text. Like, for instance, what color is an ethereal plane, Jason?
What color is a what?
An ethereal plane. An ethereal plane.
Ethereal
However
plane?
you say it. Yeah, what color is the outside of that?
I have no idea.
Well, what shape is it?
I have no idea.
What kind of decorations are on it?
I don't even know such a thing exists.
Exactly. And what kind of what would be the overall size of the 29 parts of the ethereal plane? It doesn't make sense, but all that stuff's included in the text.
Well, it does. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. So if it's included in the text, that just doesn't mean that.
No. It's not an ethereal plane. It's describing real things.
Well, how do you know that?
Because ethereal planes don't have colors and shapes and decorations and stuff.
Maybe they don't exist.
Well, that's an entirely good possibility that maybe it doesn't exist at all. But
It's a really good possibility.
But if I'm doing an internal critique and against Christianity, sorry Christians, it gives those aspects.
Yeah, but it just seems like question begging. It's just circular. It's like it's in the Bible, therefore it's true. Why is it true? Because it's in the Bible.
No, not what I said. Don't strawman me. I said in an internal critique, what the text says about the self itself is there's a shape to the parts of heaven. There's 29 parts of heaven. There's colors given. There's decorations on it.
Okay.
Those are real things. Those aren't.
Well, those are real
those
things.
Aren't some kind of other plane of existence or something.
Wait. Those are things that are written in the Bible. Is that from the Bible?
Sure, I can show it to you. Yeah.
No, that's okay. But I'm just saying, like, just because it's written in the Bible doesn't make it the case. You would agree with that, right? Okay.
Absolutely, I have to.
Yeah, I mean it would be silly to say if it was something just written in a book that would be true. You would
right. That's not what makes things true. See, a book, if it's not a fiction, is a truth statement, right? That it is bearing a truth. What makes the thing true is that it exists in reality, not the statement.
Well, I mean, there are differing perspectives on what we mean by something which is true.
Well, use a noun. Just use a noun, any kind of noun.
Dog.
Okay, are there dogs?
As far as I know, yeah.
Then your statement dog makes sense in reality. That's why your statement dog is true.
Yeah, it's just axiomatic. We have a definition for a dog, therefore that's what we call a dog.
Right.
So it's just definitional. It's
Sure.
I could well, that's fine. I mean, I could say, does God exist? Well, we have a definition for God. We have a
No, that's not what makes God exist.
Okay, I'm just going with what you're talking about. About
no, it's not what I said. You're confusing the truth.
Well, there's a semantic aspect, what you're talking about.
But Jason, you're conflating the truth statement with what bears that truth.
Yeah. Okay.
So you have the truth bearer, a person who says dog, and then you have the dog itself, and that's the truth holder. My word dog refers to the actual dog.
Yeah, but okay, that's fine. I don't want to bog the conversation down. If there's other people that want to jump in, that's fine. I'm fine continuing talking, but I don't. If anybody else wants to pipe in, please pipe in. Don't let me dominate.
I would just say, real quick, Sammy. I would just say that I think that your arguments kill a normal Christian, but I think the thing that with Richard is when he reads the Bible, he reads it in a completely different way than like what we would consider a normal Christian or somebody of the Christian theology might read it. He's literally reading like people talking about close encounters of the third kind. He believes that our planet was terraformed by the creator gods, which are biological creatures. Yahweh, God, is more of an idea, a construct. I don't know, but he's interpreting the Bible in a completely non quote unquote Christian way.
Religious?
Yeah.
I mean, this is what happens if an atheist read the Bible without Christian presupposition. You get me.
I do have a question for you, Richard. And it's a bit of a, I won't say a dead horse, but it's something that I often bring out and flog with you. But I found a way, I think I've been able to pass it in my head in such a way I can actually form a question now. So my question is about the need for suffering. And it's tied in with that issue that I have with the problem of consciousness and transferring a consciousness.
Okay, go ahead.
And if the suffering is designed as a learning lesson first, later on, if we, as we've discussed, those who have died will be recreated, same neural pathways and all that, but as I've stated, I don't agree that that's me, even though they have my memories and that person thinks they are me. The me that died is gone.
Right.
And so what benefit did I get out of all of this? I just had to do the suffering part. No, but I don't. I'm dead. Some other being now has my memories.
I understand that. No, I think if I say something stupid, just tell me I got it wrong. Okay. Yeah. So from what I understand, a very small fraction of the utopian society heaven, which we're to fill our heaven, which means that it's basically empty when 8 billion or so people get there. That'll be an empty. That'll be like some kind of skeleton crew. And that us, those who to be restored later, our ancestors from this earth, some 110 billion people, which also shouldn't have it crowded, that each of them are not the actual person. Like my grandmother will not be precisely my grandmother, and I think you're right. So the memories of her dying of old age, how is that useful to heaven? Is that the question?
See, I'm not concerned about heaven. It's very selfish, and I get that there may be something I'm missing until I get there,
But what about poor dead me?
Poor dead you isn't suffering anymore. That's for sure.
No, but Grandma had to suffer. What, for heaven? For the benefit of heaven? What about Grandma's benefit? Or does Grandma just misses out? She just has this shitty suffering life, and some recreation of her gets to live forever in a paradise.
It's a really great question, and it's like the problem of identity and stuff like that, and consciousness and everything you said. It's a brilliant question. I don't think the text, and I can't necessarily extrapolate from the text far enough to answer the question. So everything I reply to this is experimental. I don't know. Okay? So first, if you'll accept, I don't know. I would go on to say, it seems to me from the recreated person's perception that they'd be okay that they exist with the ones that they love, both recreated and ascended physically, and live in that harmonious society. I mean, we are right now playing with the idea of alternate realities in like first person experience, and like, the video game goggles and everything else that we're talking about right now, that it would actually be pretty damned enjoyable, and you'd perceive it as real even if it weren't real. And when I start looking at stuff like that, I go, I think dead grandma restored, who's not exactly grandma, but is to me grandma in a very personal and real way, and is to herself grandma in a very personal and real way. And maybe that's the best it can be, is probably good enough.
Well, yeah, see, and that's where I have issue with that.
Well, and Sammy, or to Sammy and Richard both, I think Herbert kind of nailed this in his Dune series. I think their name was the Tleilaxu, and they, the face dancers were a part of them, but they kind of they would clone a new body and transfer their mind into the new body, right? And
right.
They did remain themselves, like they considered themselves the same person, but they remembered all of their past lives. And
no, they weren't the same person.
They weren't. See,
no,
they weren't the same person.
They're not, because like when what's his name, Duncan Idaho gets killed, and he comes back as a Gola. He has a different name.
Well, yeah. The Golas were different, though.
Yeah, the Gola is the reanimated person. That's what the Gola is.
Oh yeah, the purpose of Duncan Idaho was to figure out how to capture their past lives. Yeah, it's coming. I think.
No, I'm just saying, like the Tleilaxu, however you say it, the face dancers. Their whole thing is they have this reanimation process, but they have like all these rules that like you can't you can't allow the memories of the past life to come into the future life, because it's a different person, but it looks exactly the same. But like that's why like it's weird with Duncan Idaho. I forget what his name was. Hake. His new name was Hake, but he had some emotional memories. Like he had a connection to Paul. He had those things, but he was a different person, so it's kind of a whatever. I don't want to go on.
There did come a moment when Duncan, like he had this moment where he was supposed to like kill Paul, and he couldn't do it, and he remembered his past life, and that I don't. Maybe I'm remembering wrong.
Have you read the books? Have you read the books?
I read all of Herbert's. So
okay, I love all of them are great.
Because I think that they eventually solved that problem of being able to remember their past lives, but like the overall point is like I still like if you, I don't know, if they're able to capture your mind and put it into another body and you remember being you, then I think that would be you. My question is, how would the alien creators be able to memorize billions upon billions of minds, especially if they're not so involved, like maybe
very carefully
they were,
See, Richard believes that, if I got steel menu, that they are very intimately involved, and that we have angels assigned who have been watching us, and because of their intelligence, they can essentially just do a download and catch up.
Well, what I'm saying though is because me and Richard talked about this earlier. The Bible implies, like, if you read the Bible in a certain way, it implies, like, weaponry that would rain fire down from above, right? Like, we don't see those types of things. So they have, like, notched it down or at least amped up their presence at certain periods, and we're definitely in a long period of their kind of presence being amped down to that magnitude, at least.
Yeah. And you guys brought it up, and I wasn't, to answer Sammy. Sammy, literally, you aren't you by the time I finish this sentence. In a Ship of Theseus kind of way, the way you look at you when you were 7 and how that seems movie-like, but it's definitely an actual part of you, I don't think that would be dissimilar from the perspective of the restored in heaven. That they would look back at it the same way you look back at your childhood.
I completely understand that, but I think the big point that you seem to be missing, or maybe you're not, it's just not an issue for you, is that out of 118 billion, 8 billion or less actually will live on as the people they were themselves. And the vast majority of people that have existed are now a recreation. Do they think they're that person, and the people who lived through get all their family back? That's fantastic for everyone.
But I think his microphone cut out.
And I dropped out, didn't I?
You're back.
Yeah.
But
am I back?
You're back.
Yes, it's great for those still alive. But the vast majority of people who have existed had to live and suffer and die with no eternal life or no
perfect assurance
suffering.
of it. They didn't know that was going to happen. They didn't really know.
And I guess from a perspective of the of heaven, I can see that it's not an issue. But personally, I think there's an issue that it's not the actual people.
It's hard for me to say.
Recreation.
I mean, I admit, I admit no knowledge in this particular topic at this extent. But I can only guess that since I'm not me right now compared to who I was last month, and I've learned things and I look at my past experience and I'm okay with the continuation of me, and I like that I am right now, but I'm not me from a very short time ago. But it still seems okay.
Yes, but there was a continuity there.
Yes.
So it's this you is remembering. Just simply implanting your memories into someone else isn't the continuation of Richard.
I see the
argument. It's the creation of a whole new being. So I don't know. It's almost pointless to me to recreate people. I mean, create people may recreate some people so far back or important people from our past, but what's the point of recreating everybody? Why not just
because all of us love somebody, but we're all loved by somebody, and we all love somebody, and we couldn't do without them. In that kind of scenario, you have to restore everybody.
Well, all right. So, could you trust such a species to restore us as we were? Like, it doesn't really seem logical that you're going to restore all of us. I mean, all of us are imperfect in our own ways. Some of us are a lot more violent than others, right? Like, so, like, I don't.
Perfect.
I don't think that we could. Why would they recreate us as we were, instead of what they would want us to be?
This is exactly why, for the last most stubborn who stay the longest, Christ has to die. For exactly you just justified the death and resurrection of Christ. To show them that that person can be dead, no freaking kidding dead, and fully restored.
Oh my God. Okay. This seems like just a bunch of speculation. I'm sorry.
At this point, it is. This should sound like fan fiction to you, Jason.
It does.
That's perfect.
It does. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No. Don't apologize. Your thinking is solid. Good for you.
I always thought if they did ancient astronaut theory correctly instead of like the bullshit on History Channel, it could be like a series of blockbuster movies for sure. Like, like it's pretty fascinating.
Who was the guy that was? I forget his name. Like he's like one of the original Ancient Alien guys. His first name is Eric.
Zachariah Sitchin.
Eric von Vanderberg.
Eric von Vanagan.
Chariots of the Gods. Whatever. His
name is. That guy. Yeah.
On Daniken.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I don't know. I just always remember crazy hair dude from the History Channel. That's what I remember when I think.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Eric von Daniken. Yeah.
That's not Eric von Daniken though. The crazy hair dude.
No. I know. I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, he's still alive. Yeah, 87 years old. Yeah. All right.
I think they tried to do it again in like 10,000 BC, that garbage movie, if you guys remember that shit from back in the day. they went the whole...
I never saw it.
They went the
I
whole,
never
like...
could figure out what it was supposed to be about.
10,000 BC. Yeah. It's such ridiculous schlock.
It was awful. It was like the whole theory, like the first period of Egyptian kings were actually aliens. It was really bad.
It's a monster movie, though. That's what it is. Yeah. I watched it for being something silly. They had terror birds in like Egypt, which the Forest Rockets did not live in anywhere near Egypt. They lived in South America, and they were long dead by the time that they were building the pyramid. That's for sure.
I think it's on HBO Max right now, and I'm like, why is this movie even here?
What were long dead, Bree?
Forest Rockets. Terror birds. So South America was an island for a long time after the dinosaurs wiped out. It was an island for like a long time. And during this time, there was no mammalian predators that were dominant on the continent. The mammals that lived in Gondwana land before this broke off were marsupials, and they're pretty small. Some of them did get pretty big in South America, but the Forest Rockets were a group of birds that took advantage of the open dominant predator niche in South America during this long period of time between when the dinosaurs died out and when connected with North America, and they produced these huge monstrous birds with gigantic beaks that could just rip animals apart.
And they were true birds.
They were birds.
Okay.
Well, everybody knows like Southern troops shot down pterodactyls during the Civil War. I mean, Matt Powell said so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Are you saying you doubt the truth of the
right
words
in
spoken
here.
by Matt Powell?
Yes,
well, I'll tell
everything.
you maybe you wouldn't be surprised how many Christians go, well, that's what it says, and that's the truth, and you have to accept it. And I'm just like, no, that's your bias and your reading frame that doesn't make sense against reality.
Well, that's the thing about believing stuff like those newspaper articles from the 19th and early 20th century about pterodactyls and giant skeletons and stuff from these little prairie land gazettes and whatnot that set up shop in the middle of nowhere. They wrote sensational stories like that to sell papers, and then because someone who was going to be like Matt Powell and read those stories at face value and say this is fact because it's written right here in plain ink, they're going to approach everything like that. It's a link mindset.
It was hilarious because like he actually had a picture of it, and the picture came from this like crazy conspiracy theory like website and shit.
Well, I've done exposés on it. Yes, you can actually go and see the model that he's talking about. Lauren Coleman, famous cryptozoologist, has it in his museum up in I think it's in Salem, somewhere up in the New England states. I want to go there sometime myself, but it's the Cryptozoology Museum, and it has that exact model that was used in that picture because it was not ever a real thing. It was never presented as a real thing. It was made for an advertisement for Freaky Links, which was a series or whatever. Yeah, it was not. And the fact that people still present that as a case for young Earth creationism. What?
You know, I'm not inclined to believe in a young Earth creation model anyway because I think it doesn't align with the story in the text. But I saw that picture. Someone showed me that. And the first thing I noticed is the thing is not shaped like the ground under it. It's not. It's like hard as a rock and like floating in the air.
It's rigid,
and how anyone. That's not what dead things look like laying on the ground. It's just not.
Well, there were two of them actually made, and that's what makes it so mysterious. Because whenever you say, "Oh, it's fake," they say, "Oh no, this one's the fake one." The first one you couldn't even tell what it is. It looked like a crumpled up tent. And the people who were paying to produce Freaky Links, they're like, "No, we need a better one than this." So they paid a model builder, this famous FX model builder, to build the second one, which did look good. But like you said, it looks like a model.
Well,
so
this is Matt Powell, though, who believes in the Ica stones, right? So
yeah,
the Ica stones are these contrived stones that depict several things. Some could be considered dinosaurs, maybe, if you're really trying to get there.
I know what you're talking about.
Others depict like aliens visiting and shit. And like he hit me with it as a surprise at first because I never heard of it, and I'm like, I don't know, I have to look into that shit. I looked into it, it's like all of fake, and then so the next time I'm like, so what about the spaceships, Matt? And change a subject. Like change of fucking subject.
They were made. They carved them. They just carved stuff from coloring books that they had, and they've actually found the coloring books they used to trace the designs and stuff onto them with produced in I think it was in the like 30s or whatever, because the dinosaurs look like really archaic, like Flintstone style, dragging their tails.
Yeah,
we know they didn't.
As well as they were dinosaurs that weren't even from that area. So there was no way they could have known.
Right, people were riding them like they were beasts of burden and stuff like that. And what they did, they carved them and they wrapped them in dung and lit it on and burned it like in a kiln or something to give them that old
to colorize it
look. Yeah, to make it look.
There's Native American culture pottery that is traditionally fired that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to give it that dark, rich color.
And that's how they fooled the young Earth creationists and these indigenous people group. They like to do that to these missionaries. They treat them like they're dumb savages when they go out there and they're like, hey. Their main project is to try to convert them to Christianity, right? To evangelicize. Then their second goal for at least some of these groups is to find dinosaurs. So they go to like these remote regions of like the Congo or South America, and they're like, "Hey, where are the dinosaurs?" And these indigenous people, they're not stupid. They're like,
no.
Okay, whatever.
You want a dinosaur? I'll give you one.
Over there, yeah.
Where's my $10?
Swamp for about 6 days.
Yeah, that's right. They made a fortune from selling those stones.
Yeah, and it's like, oh yeah, tell your friends about it. Send them back here with more Western conveniences, and give us some more M&Ms and some Palm Pilots and stuff. Well,
by the way, if you're as white and obviously white as I am, and you go to an American Indian reservation to buy tax-free cigarettes, there's a very good chance that the person behind the cash register is going to quote you the wrong price and then pocket the difference. I just want you to know that.
So I don't even know the guy's name. So Matt Powell's like giving my phone number to like people down at Dinosaur Adventureland. So I got this dude from Dinosaur Adventureland that's been calling me and texting me just sporadically, asking for a debate. He wants to have a debate on evolution. He thinks it would be fun. I'm thinking he was up here with Matt because he like texted me over. I think it was maybe Thanksgiving, maybe Christmas, something like that, saying, "Hey, we're up in Michigan, and hope you're feeling better." I think it was when I had the flu. So yeah, like it's weird to me. Like, see, all of these people are just hell bent on talking to me about evolution when I don't really know much about shit. Like I believe in evolution, but I'm like, why aren't you trying to really talk down to the people that's going to be able to show you all of the evidence that flies in the face of your mad scientist theory? Like it doesn't make any sense to me. Like for most of Christianity, they didn't believe in this nonsense. Like it flies in the face of what we know about the world and the history of the world. Like it's just nonsense, and I don't get it.
They think that young Earth creationism is the default of Christianity, right?
They think that, but
it's
also the people who are qualified to speak on a lot of these matters, very few of them are interested or inclined to do so.
Yeah, right. Like, why would you? It's a joke.
Well, it's fun for people like me, and I'm not like anybody, but I revert to other people. I defer to the work of other people when I engage. As long as I'm with the as long as I'm agreeing with the mainstream science, and I make an effort to relay it in a way that's understandable, I'm qualified to talk about it. Just having whatever basic credentials I have towards teaching, I can present the information in a way. I think same with Orgay. We're people that are out here doing this for fun, but we do cite real research and real peer-reviewed documents and try to make it relatable when we're debunking and dispelling this. And of course, Tapioca, I'm waiting for you to start your channel so we can get physics on that too. But you're one of them busy bigwigs with all
collab
the letters behind your name. Oh, but
just don't curse, because YouTube's yeeting people for that shit now.
Really?
I listen to it after an hour and a half into my stream to start cursing. I don't know if they watch it beyond that, but I've always understood that if you wait so long into the stream, they're not going to take it down.
They're like really cracking down on edited content. So I don't know. I've actually been considering just like deleting all of my edited videos.
Whoa!
I mean, they're just attacking channels at random. It's fucking crazy. Taking them down.
That sucks.
Like they started. The policy changed in 2018, and I think that's why my channel stopped growing, because I fucking cuss. But like now, like over the last 2 weeks, like YouTube's been going insane behind the scenes, and like fucking now, like big YouTubers are really starting to talk about it now.
Yeah,
we'll see how bad
nobody
it
wants
gets.
to talk to me about evolution.
Yeah, they all want to talk to me. I want to talk about their stupid theology and why the fuck they like. I know why Matt Powell believes in creationism. I met his dad. Like, I have no illusions of why Matt Powell believes in
You've been sharpening your
shit.
teeth on philosophy. I think that's what you're trying to you bite into these days. isn't
That's
it not?
well, it's becoming more of a part of my tool belt, but I've got a ways to go. I'm not gonna lie.
I know you like to talk a lot.
I'm getting into the theory of knowledge now. Like, I'm really starting to get into the theory of knowledge.
You guys need to start challenging Christians to learn basic logic
And basic physics.
Well, they're just
that wouldn't hurt anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Learn some physics. Learn some like just high school biology would be good.
Yeah. Right.
Well, the problem is Christians don't. They think that God is beyond physics, and if God chooses,
oh my gosh,
can bend
that's
physics
so
to his will or his nature. It's insane.
Well,
I mean,
at that point,
that's
if
definitely
you're
ad
willing to
hoc.
go that route, I'm kind of like, okay, that's fine, because you're kind of allowing an omnipotent tinkerer into your metaphysics, which is pretty disruptive. Like, if it looks that way because miracles, then it could look anyway.
Is there anybody who's ever explained the biological processes by which the virgin birth was supposed to have taken place?
I know that it was a bunch of incest, and I don't know how you can. Wait, I'm going somewhere else.
Yeah, no, there's the I was saying this in whose side chat was I in earlier?
The biology of the virgin birth. This should be good.
Biology of the virgin birth.
I challenge any Christian to bring me a biological process by which a non-physical being was able to generate a male offspring using strictly the female genetic material of Mary,
Uh-huh.
and no other male DNA at all.
Uh-huh.
Is the only way I can think of it is dihaploidy, which is how bees do it, but that would mean that Jesus couldn't be a human.
Right. That should be a problem. You know, it's funnier than that, Bree, and you're probably not familiar because there's no reason for you to be familiar with this. The lineage of David comes down through the dad, not through Mary. It comes down through Joseph. So what Christians have to do, and since Elizabeth is a direct descendant, and the hero has to come from the bloodline of David, they assume that Mary and Elizabeth as cousins are blood cousins, but you can't show that.
Yeah, it's not evident, right?
Right.
Well, I find the passage that describes I got an echo somewhere. The passage that describes Gabriel coming down is especially odd to me. Some passages say he comes from the heavens. Some passages says God. He comes from God. Some passages say that, or some translations say that Mary is afraid of the sight of Gabriel. Others say that she's afraid of his words. But almost all of the passages seem to say that Gabriel comes into Mary. And I don't know what the fuck that means. I think there's only
exactly
really,
what it sounds like.
Yeah, I think there's only one real way to decipher that.
So his dad was Gabriel then. Because this goes with what if with the hymenopterans, where the female can produce the worker females, like the angels, right? And they're not fertile, but they carry the DNA from the drones, the males, the semen, to fertilize the eggs, and they play this role in reproduction. So the Gabriel and the angels could be the worker class bees that work as nannies, and there'd be a whole bunch of them there because there would be other ones that perform different functions of the hive. So you could put Yahweh as like the queen bee kind of, which doesn't actually have a functional like queen bee. People make it out like queen bees are.
Wait, that's Adam and Eve, not Yahweh.
Okay, well, I was going to say that
they need physicality.
Queen bees are not the rulers of the hive, like people seem to think. Though they do produce the pheromones that all the other bees want to take care of them and protect them and make sure they're safe. The real rulers of the hive are a hierarchy of sisters, a sisterhood, if you will, that run the whole hive. So, I think that Richard should add this to his ammo belt of ideas about how these.
I don't think I can make it work in the text, Bree. I'm sorry. It's an interesting idea, though.
It's not in the text that I'm talking about. It's in the genetics of the way that the reproduction is taking place. It's in the way that these organisms allegedly are reproducing.
It's assuming the virgin birth, which is not only not necessary but not possible.
No, virgin birth is possible. Virgin birth with the opposing sex chromosome. So,
well, I mean, if Mary were like XXY or something.
Okay. There's some ideas.
Start there. That's interesting.
Let's keep this turning. Anybody? There's some other conditions that we could take into consideration too, considering Christ and Mary, the conditions that either one of them could have had that would allow for this that we could explore. But a lot of them are going to put Jesus as part of the LGBTQ, and I don't know if everybody's ready for that conversation.
Wait, if it's dependent on Mary having an extra chromosome, could you guys tell me, could you derive a male from someone female XXY?
We need somebody who does genetics better than me, because I cannot be the best person at genetics in this room, because
you probably are.
You almost certainly are, unless
this is way over my head, though.
I think the Bible clearly says that Jesus was gay, and I think Christians are in denial of that.
Wait, what part makes Jesus gay? I can't wait.
It's John, the beloved disciple. He loved John like no other. John often traveled with his mother, with the women. I think it's pretty clear that they had a much closer relationship than he had with any woman in the Bible or any of the other apostles.
We don't know for a fact what type of genitalia that Christ had. That's the bottom line.
Would you go for bisexual consideration of Mary Magdalene?
I don't think. No, I don't think that he. I don't think it implies any relationship between him and Mary Magdalene. I think that he considered her an apostle. I think that Christians are in denial about that.
I think he and Mary Magdalene had.
I think they were bumping uglies.
Yeah, I think Maynard saved and Mary Magdalene were having it.
I think it's pretty clear.
Wouldn't be the first time.
I think it's pretty clear that John was his most beloved apostle.
That's kind of hot,
right?
I'm not gonna lie, but
thank you. Yeah. Hey, I wanted to go on like kind of a tangent from Bree about she wanted an explanation on how certain things happen. Like I would like an explanation from the young Earth creationist on how animals before the fall of man there was no death. So how did the megalodon turn from eating vegetables to eating meat? Like what kind of biological steps were taken there that all the fish that used to eat plants, now they know it's okay to eat meat? Like how did that actually happen?
What does shark's teeth look like before
the
fall?
Right. They
didn't have them. They just kind of gummed everything to get. They didn't have teeth.
So the genes that make up the shark's teeth are the same genes that make up its scales that cover its body. So it would have been naked too, and it would have been naked sharks with no teeth.
There've been sharks floating around with molars.
No, stop that.
But see, your presupposition within your paradigm, when you find an old grinding shark tooth, you don't even recognize it as a shark tooth. That's your problem. They're all over the place. It's just you don't recognize them.
Just gravel.
Well, like the Venus flytrap, was that catching flowers before it caught flies? What did you
Obviously.
do in
Sunshine, don't you know? It's catching God rays.
Yeah, that's it.
So what turned a plant from photosynthesis to eating animals?
Go ahead, wing it, Bree. It's all yours.
No, she knows the actual
more nutrient quality in the region in which they evolved. Tapioca weasel. I'm sorry. What was your answer?
I was going to say the actual answer, like
Probably,
exactly
that's
that
the
pressure. They have pressure to get nutrients in a different way, and turns out insect crap they probably were digesting insect crap before they were digesting insects, right?
For a long time, and then they were probably sticky for a little bit.
Well, no, I get that, but how did the plant know that it was okay to start trapping flies?
I guess.
It was designed that way from the start.
Well, no, not if there was no death prior to the fall of man.
Well, God knew that his design was terrible, so he put in
what?
The extra morphs.
This is necessary parts of the Christian paradigm they don't think about. That's what this is.
Yes.
So there were self-destruct mode switches within all the animals, right? Within all the animals and all the plants that when somebody heard that apple, switches flipped.
It was like a universal worldwide flip, like animals across the world, on the other side of the world, they just started eating meat because some bitch ate an apple.
The way my brain does...
It sounds perfectly logical.
Right on. Sorry, Sammy.
That's right. The way my brand of cult is simply going to restore that Holy Spirit, that power back. Breathe his magic voodoo into everything, and it'll all just turn.
Doesn't
perfect
that
again.
mean, Sammy? Doesn't that mean when a lion eats a gazelle, it's committing an evil?
God designed it.
I see.
So, what is evil then? Is it evil? Is evil species specific?
I believe so, but
A lion would be evil to the gazelle, right?
This is my least favorite argument of all. Like, I don't get the evil thing personally. I don't think any of it's evil.
I don't believe in evil. I was actually arguing with Leo about that recently. I'm arguing with Leo about all kinds of crap, but we're arguing about evil, and I don't believe in it.
I don't get it either.
I can't really talk to Leo.
So there's so many things that we humans like to make ultimate, and that's a massive, massive problem. Why, like, it's just a definition thing. It's a word that we've made up as a species to describe something. Now, what is that describing is different to each person. To some, it's describing a supernatural entity or force. To others, it's just describing immorality.
Remember that the scripture, that the word is prescriptive to the Christian theist, right?
Yes, yes.
So it's prescriptive. So what's in there is how it is because it's prescribed that quality, as opposed to reality,
being descriptive.
Which is descriptive. The way that in language and the way we use these words. But yeah.
I guess I need to. That's a really good point, Bree. I need to start pointing out to people that I think it is not prescriptive, but is descriptive. I need to start saying that. Thank you.
It's a good because that's a interpret that'll separate you. That'll explain your separation from standard from what we were talking about before, classical theism. So it'll help differentiate your position from that if you explain it that way. I think.
Angels are subject to logic and physics, even if they are highly technically advanced.
And they don't
sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
And the opposite is true. Thank you so much, Rage, and everyone in the conversations. You guys were great. Special thanks to Pat Lowinger, who taught me something I didn't know tonight. So peace and respect to you all. I have to go grocery shopping. Thanks a lot, Rage.
Hi, Richard.
Oh, yeah, thanks for coming on.
Hurry up, it's going to close soon.
Good night, Richard.
Bye, Richard.
Yeah, it's lagging when I'm staying in here for too long, so I'm going to hang out in the back room, and we'll go for a little bit longer. But, yeah, I really appreciate Richard coming on. It was fun.
Who am I going to argue with now? Can we find something to disagree about?
I want to run something by you, Bree.
Okay.
Young Earth creationism, right? Ask one when the wheel was invented according to their worldview. I've not gotten an answer yet, not from any of them, because if the wheel was invented before they split off to come to the Americas, they should have brought that technology with them. Now, if people split off after the flood to come to the Americas, they would have had to build the Tower of Babel first. They would have had to build everything else first.
Do you want me to steel man the?
Yeah, steel man when the wheel was built.
I can steel man the argument that a young Earth creationist is going to give you. If you present that to them, they're going to say that the technology of the wheel has been known since the days of Adam. Okay. So that's going to be the bottom line. That's where it's going to start. The days of Adam. Is when they're going to find their roots for that. That the technology survived through Noah's family, okay, and it was actually in the fall of Babylon when the knowledge of that technology was lost. When
Babylon or Babel?
Not Babylon, the Tower of Babel. Sorry, the fall of the Tower of Babel. When the languages were confused, that would be when the knowledge of making the wheel would have been lost to the Native Americans, to the Aborigines of Australia, to those people groups.
See, and that implies that we got to that point of intelligence but then couldn't somehow refigure out that a circle rolls?
It's because the poor quality. Well, honestly, at least the old timey beliefs on it, where these were lesser groups of people. These were the descendants of like Ham and stuff, and the lost tribes. And all that crap.
Even if you can't speak, you can still replicate from sight. And seeing that wheel and knowing what it did, how did they migrate into the Americas? How did they get into South America? If they went up and around the land bridge up through Alaska.
Wheels aren't necessarily that helpful for that.
No, but you'd still take that technology with you.
Yeah, I mean, if you had it, yeah. But technology can be lost. Now, I think the wheel is in a different category. I think it's pretty hard to lose that, but it can be lost.
That's my point.
Yeah, no, but that would be the argument you'd get because the things that were allegedly lost with the confusion of knowledge.
Okay, but you have pyramids built similarly in different areas of the world because that's a basic concept of how to build something with just blocks and not have a whole lot to do. So
well, it's also a basic limitation. If you try and build it a different way, it won't work. It'll fall over.
Yeah, this just makes it means they stayed up for a long time, right?
That is the basic model across the world that everybody could understand, such as the wheel.
Couldn't you call rolling logs a basic wheel? We've been dragging things on rolling logs for tens of thousands of years.
Just rolling things down a hill, just in general. You want to crack something open, roll it down the hill.
That they could build everything over here, but then in the new America, none of the technology from the old world made it over there.
Well, we know as scientifically minded people that it was because that technology hadn't yet been harnessed when they left, right? We know that. We know that things like fire, though, were harnessed because that technology did cross over. So with that, we can make the inference that we discovered fire before we discovered the wheel, at least in a way to utilize the wheel. But it's and I don't think it's fair to say that Native Americans didn't have some technology based on wheel and axle ideology, right? We find like toys in Aztec villages.
Yeah, it just wasn't as useful as you would think.
Yeah.
As well as some techniques they used for grinding their food and things like that was a wheel and axle principle.
What they lacked was like beasts of burden that would like llamas don't want to they don't want to carry carts. You can pack stuff on them sort of, but they don't.
They'll try to take that off too if they can get to it.
Yeah. They're not as well behaved as horses. Horses are very well behaved because we made them.
And we had a good landscape for them for the wheel technology because the European steppes where that technology kind of took off.
Well, they were
a lot of open landscape.
It would have taken off, and it did take off. Once horses showed up in.
Go on, Maynard.
Say that again, Maynard.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said they were using oxen and other stout animals like that well before horses.
Well, I mean, it depends on which continent you're looking at. In Africa, they did. They used asses for the most part. But yeah, in the Middle East, they did use a lot of oxen. In East Asia, they used oxen. Horses were more of a Northern European, or not Northern European, I guess Russian steppe kind of thing. From Mongolia to Poland, that stretch of land that's all open. Well, there's the Ural Mountains and stuff that cut across there, but you know what I'm talking about. The south of the Taiga, north of the Himalayas. That's where horse technology was developed. But yeah, in the Middle East, Mesopotamia, a lot of goats, a lot of bovids. Yeah.
It's my understanding that like camel domestication also poses quite a problem to Yek timelines.
Yeah, it does with the domestication of them.
Yeah, the domestication of camels. And camels were domesticated fairly early on, right?
I think they were domesticated in like. I have no idea. I want to say though, definitively, like after the Exodus or something.
I made a video of the actual timeline of domestication. Just a second. Is Knox still with us? I want to share this real quick. It's only like a minute and a half long, but if you don't mind.
I don't mind. I don't know where he's at. Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Here we go.
Hello, Mom.
Yeah, that was, did you see the camels to 4000 BC? So that's
way earlier than I thought.
Yeah. So
okay. Do you want me to
about
keep
the same
playing
time
it?
as the flood.
4000 BC.
Do you want me to keep playing it, Brady?
That means Adam and Eve.
Well, you can stop it. Yeah, you don't have to keep playing it. I just wanted to show that real quick.
That was cool.
Yeah. It goes through. So I have that up on my channel somewhere. So if you want to watch the whole thing, it's out there.
So just throwing it out there. When God put a mark on Cain, who was he marking him from?
The other people that totally lived there, even though they totally didn't live there.
Oh, the other two people? Mom and Dad?
No, because remember, he went over to the land of Nod, a place that already had a name, apparently, and, built a city.
And a population, yeah. I guess Lilith was maybe the progenitor of that?
I don't know. I'm just wondering why he would, if they're the only three people on Earth, why he would get marked. And I would just never tell the kids, They'd never know. What's the big deal?
Yeah, I don't even know where their wives came from. I don't. This land of Nod, is it like a portal somewhere?
I don't know. I know that's a funky story.
I wish somebody would explain more about that to me, because there's lots of things like that, and I know that and again we know as veterinarians that it's rolled over from earlier mythology where each people group was made by their own gods, etc. We know that.
Yeah, but the point is that they do the lineage, and who was it, Bishop Younger, or whoever did the timeline or the genealogy.
Oh, was that Catholic
to get the 6,000.
Yeah.
Well, how did you figure that genealogy in when it comes down to that point?
Yeah. as far as, they're gonna, again, if you want me to try to steel man a young Earth creationist here, restate the question. I'll try to answer it as best I can.
Okay, so all right, I think it was Bishop Younger, whatever.
Yeah, we both agree that there was a bishop that counted down the genealogies in the Bible and gave us our 6,000-ish time.
When it comes down to getting to Cain's wife, how do they count that? How would they count that?
What do you mean by count? What are they counting?
Well, years.
Of the lifespan of those individuals that aren't directly
they ignore it.
Back 4,000 years.
It's irrelevant.
There is no genealogy.
That's why they say 6,000-ish, because it gives them this wiggle room.
Well, the wife just appears out of nowhere.
Yeah. It has to be one of his sisters or at least one of his descendants.
It can't be his descendant if he doesn't have a partner, unless he's descendants with his mother.
No, I mean, unless he's the first to have children, then it couldn't be. But
yeah.
Well, if it came from somewhere else and it didn't say, they would be arguing from silence, wouldn't they? If they're saying, "Oh, well, there was other," they had Eve and Adam had daughters, and they start saying this. And have you heard that?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not again. Yeah, it's an argument from silence to say just because they didn't say that there wasn't other kids, that doesn't mean there weren't other kids. And that's to say that God didn't create just because it said that God didn't create anybody but Adam and Eve doesn't mean, or just because it doesn't say God didn't create more people doesn't mean He didn't, right? So, like Tioga is saying out there in the side chat, it's just God can just snap His finger and create a whole little village of instant. It just add water people, right?
Well, sure, but I'm not sure.
But then you've just opened up the old, why didn't He just get rid of Adam and Eve and start again? If He's just going to click His fingers and make people from scratch.
And He makes a big to do about having to change anything about, like if He had to, He couldn't just fix things that went against what His original plan was. He had to like wipe it clean. He had to flood the whole thing. It's like, oh.
Well, yeah, he could move or drown it, as Pine Creek would say, but he had to make everybody drown in agony.
And I actually think Cain's wife is a lesser problem than what the fuck is this town or city of Nod? It's bad enough he had a wife. Where did this whole city pop up from? And who were the people in it?
To be fair, it doesn't actually. I think the text is ambiguous enough on that you can be like, that's a name that was later attached to it, and he started this. It's.
So you think Cain founded Nod?
Yeah, like
I think people automatically assume that, but I'd have to go and check the text again. But I think the text is actually more pointing towards that the city was there. He went to the city of Nod.
Well, let's check.
It could have said he founded the city, or he began the city, or he was the father of the city.
Kind of people outside, or it could be inside, or it could none of it could be true. But there was a second type of person, Neanderthal. We mated with them, and there's still some of them in our gene line or bloodline, DNA, whatever. But the point is,
I have Madsen's argue that actually.
Real quick before I start lagging,
for Christianity, he just thought that it came up in the book, and that could be the other people they were talking about. Anyway, sorry.
Before I start lagging out the stream, because if I hang out too long, the stream will start lagging. I got to do some shit after the stream. But by my reading of the text, and Christians hate it, but I think it's quite clear that in the 7-day creation, God created mankind, and then after He's done with that creation, He comes into the Garden of Eden and creates Adam and Eve. I think Adam and Eve comes after He creates mankind. I think that's quite clear. What Christians say to that is that chapter 1 is an overview, and then chapter 2 is like going inside that day 3, day 4, whenever it was that it says that God created mankind. I think it's pretty clear that God created all the nations of mankind in Genesis, and then went and created His special creation in His special Garden of Eden later in chapter 2. But that I'm going to dip out and be listening.
So you're saying like Neanderthal, Denisovans, Floresiensis, whatever else that was close to us, were created in one.
So were they created with the animals?
There's a difference in the second one on the day in the days of creation.
That would actually make a little more sense when it talks about that God could not find a suitable mate for Adam. If there was only animals, why the...
Yeah, because God had Adam pegging animals in the first chapter.
So that means that I like where SPM's going there, because they would have, it's like saying that yes, God made these humanoids that were basically humans, but they weren't the special humans that he made Adam and Eve, right? That they were special.
Not
They were,
suitable.
but he also made Neanderthals, Denisovans, as these other groups of
Doesn't
humans
it mention
that
that
were
we're
just
a
mere animals.
refined version of other things?
What's that?
Doesn't it mention or hint at that we're supposed to be a refined version of things? Like what do they call it? Every kind has like a hierarchy or some shit like that. So maybe their theory is that we're just supposed to be at the top of our kind, and they forgot that our kind includes other primates.
But would the land of Nod be made up from those other kind?
Yeah, I mean, another.
Honestly, I would think so, and Lilith would have helped maybe bridge the gap between us or something like that. Because she wasn't like Eve. She wasn't built of Adam. She was here right next to Adam. So it would make sense if you're just going by story or whatever, that Lilith would have propagated with the Neanderthal and made it so that there was a bridge between the two species. Because we are two different species, but somehow we commingled. So how'd that happen?
Yeah, so she's the third genetic source for humans' genes then in that worldview. But
yeah, like the female equal to Adam has made of the same stuff as Adam instead of from Adam.
So Cain,
firstborn people, the first creature or first humanoids that can give birth like us, but I don't know.
So in this frame of view, Cain would have
actually provided.
Cain's wife would have been Lilith's child, perhaps.
Or Lilith's offspring.
No, it was Adam and Eve. It was, what was it, Sarah, Ruth, stuff like that. But no, that was directly Adam and Eve's kid. That was incestuous all the way through. So there's no redeeming that relationship now.
So I like this because now we can say Lilith would have won out and added genetic diversity to the other humanoids, other hominids, right? And then Cain would have also won out and intermingled. I mean, it doesn't say that he didn't.
His breed could have died out.
He didn't intermingle directly with Lilith or one of Lilith's descendants, but again, it doesn't say he didn't either. So,
yeah. But one thing we always have to keep in mind: there's a mitochondrial Eve, and there were other creatures before her. Well, Neanderthal was supposed to be before us, but commingled with us. Like our species were side to side, then all of a sudden they disappeared. Well, that's kind of like some of the so-called races in our species. Some of them died out, and some of them are still here. But the thing is, though, is that all the other species like us, there's a mark for each one. And if you want to use it as just a euphemism, not euphemism, but basically it's a storyline like a myth type of thing or a legend built off of some truth, then all the different people could be all the different humans that God fucked up with or humanoids. And then somehow we got more refined because we were able to comprehend more than they could. We
comprehend. Oh, crap. I just lost my Bluetooth. I'm going to have to dip out and come back in.
Actually, your audio sounds better now, but I mean, we would need. There's a problem of a genetic bottleneck with the Adam and Eve narrative, right? There's the issue of the need for genetic diversity for a healthy lineage of descendants to be able to survive.
You've got to cram it all in two people. It's crazy.
Yeah. So adding Lilith doesn't necessarily completely do away with that strain. It does reduce it, but adding a population of other hominids definitely helps with the problem. It actually completely alleviates that problem. I think that it's weird that the young Earth creationists don't come in here and listen to us fix their mythology, because that's what we're doing right now. we're
I was literally going to say that, Bree. It's like we're fixing. I was literally going to say we're fixing their problems for them.
Yeah, maybe we should stop.
Well, giving them better arguments would be fun. Would be great, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm okay with it because it's still easy to argue against.
I mean, so would you guys rather be like, so have you ever told a lie?
Yes, I'm a liar.
Yeah, new apologetics, please. So if
Are
you
you
want to
referring
take,
to the Banana Man and his tactics?
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Or have you ever seen a dog produce non-dog? These are
Oh my God.
tired. If somebody comes at me with, well, they provide Neanderthal populations provided genetic diversity for the descendants of Adam and Eve to not become a genetic bottleneck and depreciate the genetic blood lineage, which would not have lasted to modern day otherwise.
Have you ever seen a Kent give birth to a non-Kent?
No.
You guys see
Oh,
that?
yes, I have.
Yes,
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 I have.
his son.
Yeah, Eric. Well, he has like 5 kids,
Exactly.
doesn't he?
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah. Who was that said that? Was it
That was T-Jump.
T-Jump, yeah.
Yeah, he kept saying it every time he'd say it. He'd be like, "You ever see a Kent produce a non-Kent?" Yep.
Yep, you're gonna produce something that's different from you.
Yeah, I don't think they realize that what they're actually saying is that we're all clones.
Yeah, which is wrong, like factually wrong. If there wasn't genetic change within a population over time, the population would look exactly the same. There would be no diversity within the population at all.
And I think one of the biggest ironies of especially Christianity, but evolution deniers is and it slipped from my mind as soon as I was going to say it.
The biggest problem for evolution deniers?
Yeah. It'll come back to me.
Yeah, but they'll stay a mile away from. They can never decide on where they want to draw the line, especially on human evolution. One group will say, this is an ape, and the other group will say, no, this is a human, and this is an ape, and at different points in our evolutionary development, they'll point and say that. But
yeah.
And if you're going to manhandle,
you've reminded me now.
Go on.
Oh, just the fact that why does this keep happening? Never mind, carry on.
It's the weed.
I was going to say,
it is.
When you try and force it into a Noah's Ark timeline, you also need a lot of hyper crazy, super fast evolution, where like a new species is generated in every single generation, basically, to get it to work out.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me. It's the irony of the fact that they happily admit evolution, but because they're so hell-bent on changing the definition, they don't admit or realize that they accept evolution. Because most, if not all, Christians accept natural selection. They just have no clue, or at least microevolution, but have no understanding that is just a zoom in of evolution, and that there is no real micro or macro evolution. It's just evolution.
Yep.
Right.
It's so frustrating that how they ignore this, while accepting it at the same time.
Time is your God. Time's your God.
Yeah. If you give anything enough time.
I mean, so I want to jump in here, and hopefully I don't lag out the stream. As the Raging Atheist, I get a lot of comments from a lot of different Christians. Still to this day, even though the algorithm's been kind of screwed up. I got this comments that started about 3 days ago. It says, "Hey guys, I visit channels like this to help people. What makes you guys hate God so much? And what on earth could possibly prove evolution is right? Let's debate right here, right now. I am a Christian and I'm ready to do some debating with anyone who hates Jesus, the creator of all things. Come on, Rage. Do you really think you came from a rock? I love you, and I want to see you in heaven on Judgment Day, and know we will be friends sharing the kingdom of God forever. So I respond. I'm like, we can set something up. Email me. And she says, hey, I don't have an email set up, so we will have to debate in the comments. I know an atheist just like you that had a near-death experience and saw his son in heaven, and he said, let there be light. It changed his life for the better. Like, it goes on. She's like, every painting is a proof of a painter. Every creation is proof of a creator. Creations never make themselves. Please wake up. And, like, finally it gets to the point she's like, hey, I'm a teenager. And I'm like, all right, conversation over. So, like, this is, like, just what Christians think is because they've been told bullshit their whole lives. All right, I'll go back to the back room again.
Blissful bullshit.
Well, I mean, I think that's a pretty.
Right. We're right, and
I love it.
I think she was a bad example
because of the Bible. And, oh God.
I love it.
I'll jump in here and say that what Rage just said is so indicative of the parody and repeating of what they think sounds good rather than actual quality points, right? Everything that Rage just said is boilerplate, famous creationist sentences, right? Nothing original. You know,
and especially
Kent Hovind say, let's just repeat it over and over again. That matters, apparently.
And as soon as you said teenager, I can just about guarantee, without ever meeting this person, that she is simply repeating something she saw on a fucking YouTube video.
Just regurgitation.
Well, yeah, and that's,
a Matt Powell video or, God knows what.
Well, yeah, and that's how a lot of these creationists come up. Like, they have their parents telling them, and then they listen to Kent Hovind, and now they have, like, SFT and people like that. But, like, she's clearly regurgitating Kent Hovind word for word, and she thinks she's killing it. And it's kind of like, for one, Grasshopper, you're not ready for this. And for two, like, man, really start thinking outside of the box because, like, the brainwashing is really coming through here.
All right, I'm gonna pop back out to the side chat. You guys have fun, okay?
No.
Thanks, bye, Bree.
Usually I carry this on to like 3 or 4 in the morning, but because I'm having issues, and I think I understand what my issues are, but I can't fix them until after the stream. So I will be ending this soon, but y'all continue talking for a while.
Well, since Orgy's not fighting with me tonight, I'm probably going to dip.
I ain't got shit to say, dude. You can end it now if you want.
I guess, I'm back. Yeah, we could end it now. And if you're out there, for one, I don't know if you're a teenager or not, but I mean, she kind of ended after that. Like, it could have been like this Poe thing, but like I said, I get hundreds of these comments all the time. It's insane. It used to be a lot worse back in the day, but it's not as bad as it used to be. And it's just like, to me, like I said, I met Matt Powell's dad. I know, like, you have your parents hammering this shit home to you, and then you have the Kent Hovinds of the world, and that's all you. I mean, your parents will let you listen to them, so it just becomes the only thing you know. So you think you're knocking it out of the park when in actuality it's like, oh my gosh. But yeah, so we'll end it there. I think I understand what's going on with the stream, why it lags out when I come in. I hope to fix that as soon as I get off of here tonight, and it'll be fixed the next time.
Good to talk
nice.
to you.
And I just want to point out that I have heard more and better arguments for Christianity tonight with a bunch of atheists that I think I've heard in a long time. So pick up your game, Christians. Bring some new arguments already.
Uh-oh, something going on? Broke up?
No, I'm just getting it to where I can close it down. And so I got to turn some things. You guys can keep talking for just a second.
I think Dan is right. That is pretty funny.
Yeah. It's funny when you meet a new or young Christian like you were just talking about, Knock, and they spew out these old simple arguments that most Christians don't even bother to bring up anymore because it's so debunked. And they trot them out like they've got these mic drop moments. And
yeah, it's like you better pick that back up. You Sammy Tapioca Rage. Thanks, brother.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, great.
And hopefully the next time I can, go a bit longer. But yeah, I don't know what these issues. Well, I think I know what the issues are, but if I don't know what the issues are, then I'm going to be pissed. So it's driving my OCD crazy. So I want to figure it out. Thank you everybody for listening, Richard. I think it's fascinating, and I really enjoyed it when we revisited it and went back to the thought experiment with Richard, because I think it's a fascinating thought experiment. But I can see why people on both sides go at Richard, and I think it's fun, and I think Richard usually takes it pretty well. So, with that, thanks everybody, and I'll see you next time. And you guys feel free to stay